see, plus not base meeting.
Welcome to Personnel Committee. We stand to the pledge. Legislator Sage, you can please lead us?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Legislator Russo.
Present.
Legislator Sage.
Present.
Chairwoman Advisio.
Present. Moving on to number 3 is the acceptance of minutes, November 12th, 2025, February 10th, 2026, and March 11th, 2026. Moving on to number 4, we have an approval for a fund transfer in front of us, 26T055. This is at the request of Sheriff Brian Hess. And would you like to come up?
Sure.
How are you?
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Good.
So we have personnel transfer, it looks like budgetary transfer of $9,290.
Correct. We requested and received permission to change the position of one of the secretaries who works downstairs very hard for us. Personnel approved it, and then I guess the county executive approved it and changed her position, which made us transfer that money from contingency to her salary.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the committee?
This is just a, she's going from senior office assistant to principal office assistant. It's just an increase in.
Correct. Yeah, they changed her title because she's doing more duties, and I guess that her duties actually fit the stronger title.
Okay, and that was approved by personnel.
Correct.
Any other legislators? Any public comments, questions? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5 is, oh, sorry. Make a motion to approve. Second. All in favor? Aye. Moving on to number 5 is the approval for a fund transfer. This is real property. Trish McLaughlin here. Thank you.
You're a lot lately,
Yeah.
I know.
And we have also, now this is a budgetary transfer of $4,646.
Yes, this is to make one of my employees who is almost full-time. She's 30 hours. We like to push her to full-time, 35. She does a lot of our deed and mapping, and she's got very unique skills, and she's bringing that into our office, and we're just finding that we have more and more jobs, and they're turning into big projects, whether they be for other departments or just the public, with the GIS department. So it's really taken on a little life of its own, so we really could use her on a full-time basis, and she's just really brought a lot to our office.
Okay. So we have a fiscal impact of $46.46 for this year. Any questions or comments from the committee? Yes.
So this is just an increase of approximately 5 hours a week, and she wants to remain part-time?
No, full-time.
Oh, she
Gonna
wants,
go-
this is something considered full-time, so does that include benefits as well?
It does, and the way we worked that out is I was full-time benefits, doing MVP married, and I just dropped mine, and she's gonna slide in. So we checked with personnel, and we, county exec, and Bill Carlin, and everybody, and it got approved because it ended up being a wash. Actually, less, because she's gonna be MVP single.
And also, I see on the memo
Mhm.
that it says, this employee may wish to go down to part-time hours at some point.
That's a different employee.
Oh, that's a different one,
Yeah,
okay.
so we may get someone who's starting to look at retirement, and I'm starting to try to figure out how I'm gonna work the puzzle. So, yeah.
Right. So this particular one, she went from 25 to 30 hours.
30 to 35 she's
Okay,
going.
so on here, it says on here, yeah, it says the thing, so, yeah, but, okay, so, very good. Anyone else, any other legislators, questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. You had mentioned GIS. My understanding is that the GIS function is handled under the IT department with just one person there. Is there more people doing GIS than just IT? You had
Well,
mentioned
no,
that.
we work hand in hand with them a lot.
Okay.
So Shannon in the GIS department, Arlene was the main one. She retired and works 1 day a week. Shannon is kind of the one who got trained to take over for her. Previously, there was not a whole lot of back and forth with our departments. Now there's a ton of it, because we are correcting a lot of tax maps. We've added, if you guys gotta go on Beacon. It's not the city of Beacon, it's Beacon. If you go on the real property page of our website, you go down a little, hit Beacon, you can put in any parcel in Putnam County, and there's just a plethora of information. It's a whole new system that I brought in. It's fantastic. And anyway, so GIS got very involved in researching. I had them go in on the demos with me for the companies. I sourced out 4 different companies. We chose this one, Schneider, who has Beacon. And GIS was very involved in helping make that decision. And they never had such great mapping before, and they love it now and wouldn't have it any other way. So now they're very involved, and whenever there's like a lot line change and everything, we've worked out a whole new procedure. Everything has to come into us, then it goes to Shannon in GIS, and he has to make sure everything looks right. And then once he okays it, he actually changes the tax map, then it comes back to us. There's so much more of that than there ever was in our office. So things are actually getting corrected, and there's just so much more of it coming in now, and it's just keeping us super busy.
Oh, okay, thank you. And if I may, through the chair, so follow up on that, because my understanding is that there was just one person doing GIS, and there's a lot of work there. There's a lot of work going on with GIS pertaining to other projects going on in the county.
Oh, I'm sure.
So maybe that has to be looked at for 2027, how many people, what the personnel situation there is. Have you had any conversations with the director of IT about staffing for GIS next year?
You can't tell that guy what to do.
I understand that, but I'm gonna encourage you to have those conversations, right, so we can prepare for 2027, because that GIS is going to be a big topic next year. So instead of trying to figure it out after it, perhaps we could look forward, get ahead of it, because GIS is gonna be a lot of work next year.
I think it would be great to expand there, but that's not my wheelhouse.
Okay, but it's interacting with your department, so
It does.
for the education of everyone else listening, right, the GIS is geographic information?
System.
Information system, so it's the exact mapping of the county, of the roads, of the properties. It's no longer just hand-drawn, we're actually taking
Yeah,
technology to the next level.
Yeah, and Shannon's very good. He's really bringing them further.
Yes, but right now it's one person, so we gotta look for that for next year. All
Yeah,
right?
no, definitely.
Thank you so much.
I'm on board with that.
Thank you.
So I do have a question
Sure.
on here on the backup. It's just, it says here, and maybe there's a mistake.
Okay.
It's saying here that our clerk currently works 25 hours per week, and I would like to increase the hours to 30 hours per week.
This one does.
It's requested I met with Bill Carlin to discuss the details, but you said 35 hours? Okay, so.
Okay, so
that's-
let me just make sure, full-time is 35.
Right.
So that's then a
Right.
typo, yeah, because
Okay.
it was, because we had taken her from 25 to 30 last, I think it was last year, so I might have had that in my head,
Okay.
but yeah,
So
we
that's what
definitely
just-
are going to the
That's why
full-time
I was a little
amount.
confused when you said that.
Yes, thank you, sorry about
Okay,
that.
all right.
So the resolution
Yes.
will need to
It
read
has to be, I'd
25
have to
to
change.
30 to 35.
30 to
30 to
35.
35,
Right.
so 25 to 30.
No, wait a minute.
That's what it
Does that
says on
change?
here.
Wait, I was told 30 hours moves you into full-time.
Do we have personnel with us?
Yeah.
Yes?
If I may,
Sure,
30
sure.
hours is the minimum hours for health benefits. So if this is when the employee will be eligible for health benefits, then my guess would be the move is from 25 to 30 hours.
It is.
Yeah,
per
and
week.
that's
Okay,
what
so
we
that
were,
is correct
yeah,
then.
so then
Okay,
it is
okay.
correct, yeah.
25 to 30
Mhm.
is
Yes,
correct.
okay.
Sorry.
No problem. It gets
Thank you,
confusing,
Patty.
no problem. Anybody, any other legislators have any questions? Anybody from the audience? Questions, comments? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Trish. Okay, I make a motion to approve the fund transfer 26T070, real property. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to number 6, is the approval from Department of Social Services. This is a mandated CPS case overtime. And we have our Commissioner of Mental Health, Sarah Servio, here this evening. How are you?
Good, how are you?
So this is zero fiscal impact in the amount of $7,315.
Yes. So we had to set to move some things around to accommodate a mandatory bedside about 48 hours for a child in our custody. So we just didn't have enough.
So this is to cover mandated CPS case overtime. It's pretty straightforward.
Yep.
Yeah. Any questions from the committee? Any legislators? Any questions or comments?
Just a question.
Sure.
Are you seeing an increase in cases?
In child protective cases?
CPS cases?
Yeah, we've seen a steady increase over the last year. We have.
I
Yeah.
think more so than ever, probably. I just feel like things are crazy. So, thinking about next year. and
Caseloads are high, but
avoiding overtime and thinking about
Yeah.
next year, increasing that line in the budget.
it's
Probably.
it's impossible for us to
No.
estimate
Mhm.
how much we need because situations like this occur when a child becomes
Mhm.
my custody. I have to make sure the staff is with the child. So it's just,
Yeah,
we're unable to plan for that.
thank you.
Thanks. Any questions or comments from anyone in the audience? Yes. Can you just state your name? And come to the podium, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Michael Strauss. I'm just wondering, can you comment on why there's an increase in cases?
In child protective services cases, typically around this time of year, a lot of the school districts they have enough time with the children so they can have a better understanding of what's going on. So we tend to see an increase in cases in the springtime, right before the summertime. But overall, I think education of our educators and the public in what is an appropriate child protective services referral is at the highest it is. So I think both combined are where we're at in Putnam right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I just want to add, I think that our DSS department and a lot of different allies do a really good job of, and our mandated reporters do a really good job of seeing signs, reporting them, doing the right thing. Worst case scenario, somebody goes into the home, checks, and makes sure the child and parents are well, gives them resources, and the case gets closed, or they get the help that they need. But either way, I think it's good that we have the education, the resources, and the mandated reporters that we have, and we're continuing to use them and use all the things that this little county has to offer. So DSS and CPS doesn't always have to be a bad thing, it can be a good thing too.
This is
Yes. Legislator Montgomery.
Oh, I
No.
thought you were
Yeah,
looking
no.
over there, sorry, we can dedicate a whole meeting to this now. I'm like
Oh.
thinking, is the social service department, are you responsible for training school districts and healthcare providers in the county?
So we did provide training to law enforcement and school district staff before this academic year because there was a change in the mandate. So we did a very brief mandated reporter training. But yes, that is something that our Child Advocacy Center and our CPS departments provide to the community.
But otherwise, I would imagine that any organization, like a school, like a therapy clinic, like, is mandated to get that training somewhere.
Yes.
And we sometimes provide it.
Yes.
Gotcha, thank you.
Just to piggyback on that, my daughter, she just took the New York State boards for chiropractic, and she had to take, anybody who's licensed by the state of New York has to take an exam about
Reporting.
child protective services, child abuse, how to recognize it. So it's something that is mandated by the state of New York, that they have to take. Anyway.
Thank you. Interesting.
Thank you. I think you're going to stay here for the next item. So I make a motion to approve the fund transfer, Department of Social Services. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, moving on to number 7. This is to compensate a temporary employee with a 0 fiscal impact, and this is the amount of $3,634.
So we have an employee that is out on medical, so we are just going to be temporarily bringing someone in to cover that desk.
Any questions or comments from the committee? Any legislators? Legislator Montgomery?
What's the TA unit?
Temporary
Oh,
assistance?
thank you.
Any other legislators, questions or comments? Anybody from the audience, questions or comments? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve. The fund transfer, a second to, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number 8 is the approval for a fund transfer 26T084. This is to increase the district attorney's salary pursuant to, this is judicial law. So this has to be done. And it will be a fiscal impact of $3,634. Any questions or comments? I just want everyone to know that the salary increase for judges, justices, and New York City county clerks of the unified court system. So this is a salary increase that is mandatory, as I just said. Okay, did you?
I was just kind of,
Oh, you
I was just going to mention
Oh,
that, and
okay.
we've had to do this before,
Mhm.
as well as the state of New York mandates the salaries of our courts. So,
And you
they must provide.
Any comments? Any other legislators, comments or questions? No. Anybody from the public? No? Okay, make a motion to approve the fund transfer. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to number 9, we have a budgetary amendment from DPW. This is to reallocate and eliminate the 2026 county soil and water budget. Hello, how are you? We have Tommy Fury here this evening. And so this is we are moving someone from the department to your department, correct?
Yeah, he's been there for the last 3 years, so
Yeah.
it's just a clean cut from soil and water.
Right, so this is management to management?
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Do we have any questions or comments from committee? Any legislators? Yes?
Yeah,
legislators?
through the chair, just a brief question, Tommy, Commissioner. I see we're decreasing estimated revenues of $6,000 for the performance measures. And you might not know the answer to this, but I know Bill Carlin's here. Is that $6,000 going to the Soil and Water Conservation District?
Yes.
Or, perfect, okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And then if I can, Mr. Regan, perfect timing, if I go through chair. The GIS, this person actually works for our GIS system with Shannon in our department already. We also have an intern that spent 2 years with us. He's graduating this year from Syracuse. We're looking to keep this person who's already worked with Shannon for the last, actually 2.5 years. And then the next year's budget, she'll be employed full-time as part of that program, GIS and MS4.
Under your department? Sorry.
If I can steal her from Latin, yes.
Okay.
That's a she.
So currently she's under the IT department?
No, currently she's a student.
Okay.
She started as a pilot, but intern the last 2 years. And with a full-back major in GIS. So,
I just wanted to explain what, so everyone's clear. This resolution is necessary to reallocate, to eliminate the 2026 county soil and water budget as a result of the recently executed memorandum of agreement with the Putnam County Soil and Water Conservation District. The current employee and associated costs are being transferred to the Department of Public Works Engineering Department, just so everyone's just aware of that. Any other legislators? Have any questions, comments? Legislator
I'm
Montgomery?
just looking now at the personnel website, but maybe you could tell me, what is a program manager for
so
DPW?
basically that would be this specific to MS4 and to our dams.
Those programs?
Those two programs are massive programs right now.
Okay,
So,
thanks.
Anyone else?
Now.
Any other legislators? Ed? Yes.
So thank you. So with the transfer of this individual, will there no longer be anything titled soil and water under DPW anymore?
correct.
Okay, that's eliminate that job, that function, that title.
That
With this
that
transfer.
portion of it, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Anybody from the public? Any questions or comments from the public? Please come up to the podium.
Cassandra, Pauling and Patterson, Chair of Soil and Water District. Super happy that this is finally happening. The department district is now going to be officially over. I'm thrilled about that. I cannot support that more. My only question is, because the Soil and Water Conservation District Manager position is a civil service position, making sure that whatever needs to happen, because there was that convolution in the past of any reclassification or any like back paperwork, where if we go forward and want to hire a district manager, that we don't hit any snafus in the future. I mean, I know it's manager, I have no issue or weighing on any of that, but it was making sure that whatever paperwork, because it was district and department for so long, that anything there is clarified. And I don't know the answer to that, I don't know how that works for personnel, but just to make sure that that's done correctly, so we don't end up in a jam.
Right.
5 years from now, we go to hire a different, we're hiring a district technician, but if we grow, making sure that doesn't create an issue for us down the road if that gap wasn't closed.
To Legislator Crowe.
Is, am I through the chair? Can I
Yes,
just-
yes.
Thank you. I know things have changed, but last time I think, and I don't know if it's appropriate, but wasn't there a letter that we asked to be provided from Soil and Water to add, like, attribute any payment that could be or need, or any testing or anything that needed to be for that position last time? I know, I requested at least that it was approved, and this person was approved to be paid at the very least, through DPW.
I don't even know what you're referring to.
As far as this position.
So we're a separate independent district,
Yes.
so we pay with our separate independent district
The
money. So
funds.
it's healthcare, it's everything else, but we have to do it, we have to hire through personnel, like any other
Right.
fire district or anyone else would.
So my question to you was, we had reached out last time because there were questions, if the previous person could receive funding, right, through Soil and Water?
Yeah.
And could that be helpful to you this time around, reaching out and working with personnel to give you kind of like what you need as far as?
Well,
the
we're
background?
good, they've been great, we're good with
Okay.
moving forward with the, it's a different title that we're hiring for, it's a lower title.
Okay.
And so I guess my question was so that when all of you are here or not here, right, that's always the continuity, is so that when there's legislators that aren't aware of all the Soil and Water District and Department in the future, that it's not we didn't close that gap with that one piece of paper, and then it kind of rears its head later. So more of a formality, making sure any paperwork that's required was done. Other than that, personnel's been great. I'm so happy about this, and I'm so happy about all of this. I just want to make sure that any nuances that we're not aware of, because we're just, we're a new municipality essentially, that everybody is aware and understands that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Legislator Thomas.
And I think Cassandra referenced this, but I just want to clarify, is the program manager position a competitive position?
Yes.
So it has to come tested and come from a list. But the soil and water position is not anymore?
It is.
It is now, okay.
No, it always was.
It always was. Okay,
He was testing it too.
okay. And you're gonna have that tested? You have to have
Yep.
that tested? Okay. Thanks. So you can pick from a list, maybe. One of
Yeah, this
those.
has nothing to do with
Yeah,
that.
right. And thank you for your job description.
Thank you. So is there a way that we can be reassured from personnel that Cassandra was just asking in going into the future, just to, thank you.
I wasn't, Joanne from the personnel department is who worked with everyone on getting the technician spec worked out and all of the research, so I'm not fully up to speed on the entire process, but in the future, should any new titles be required, we would go through the same process we went with, kind of working back and forth to make sure all of the needs were met. It's how we create all of our job specs, whether it's for a county or non-county agency. As far as any paperwork about the creation of another kind of non-county municipality, that I wouldn't have any information about.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Just
Yes.
one quick question and one point. I think Cassandra's point, and at least mine as a member of the Soil and Water Conservation District Board as well, along with Laura, Legislator Russo. Is this your point? We currently, before this is made, we have a title, well, it's always been called the Soil and Water Conservation District Manager. And I think Cassandra's point is that if there's any way to get that title out of our budget, or out of our lexicon as a county employee, so that 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now, we don't have that as a county position, because presumably the Soil and Water Conservation District Board and District will have at least an option to have that position made. Was that your concern?
that,
Through the
I didn't
chair.
even think of that.
Dotting i's and
Yeah.
crossing
It
t's.
was more, like, because I don't know how it works with personnel, but is
Yeah.
it, if someone moves from one civil service to a different civil service, is that a reclassification like form? I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know either, I just.
But it just leaves that position like vacant, because the conservation district manager is already established as a civil service hire in this county, making sure that it doesn't one day show, you know, we already have that when we go down the road to then
Right.
fill that. Does that make more sense?
And I think that's the point, yeah, I think to avoid any confusion in the future, to the extent we need to or have to, just maybe eliminate that position from the county government, so that there's no inclination to appoint that position in the future.
Would you like me to
Sure,
elaborate a
please,
little on that?
please, yes. Thank you.
So we have, over the years and years that personnel has created job titles, we have a multitude of titles that have gone in and out of favor with use in the county. So it would be a fairly common practice for us to just stop using a title moving forward. We do keep all of the titles, whether they are county titles or non-county titles. But in Munis, where we keep all of our job class information, non-county titles have job class numbers that start with different numbers than county titles do. So when this gets moved over to a non-county agency and we hire somebody, they'll get their own non-county job class code that is different than the one that we would have been using in the county. And that'll show the history of the job in our system. Okay.
Yeah, no, sure.
Is that helpful?
No, that's very helpful, no,
Thank
it's,
you.
it's,
Thank you.
it's- yeah, thank you.
One more question, is there residency required with this too? No residency?
That would be for personnel, but to my knowledge, on conversation with them, there's no residency requirement.
Okay. Anyone else from the public? Questions or comments? No, anyone else? Okay. Thank you. Okay, make a motion, no. Well, making a motion now. I make a motion for budgetary amendment 26A024. Department of Public Works, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, moving on to number 10. We have at the request of the Public Health Director, we have here this evening, Rion Rodriguez. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
Good. And, okay, so in front of us this evening is a fund transfer from the Health Department. This is reorganization that would be effective May 1st, 2026. So you're creating new positions, Deputy Public Health Director and Environmental Health Aide. So this is a title change from grade 5 office assistant to account clerk. And these two new positions, I guess this will allow your aide to work on different functions that are currently needed, water testing, et cetera, things like that.
Correct.
Okay. So if you could just explain a little bit about this.
Sure, so brief statement here.
And, before you do, Bill Orr is here also, I'm sorry, I didn't
That's okay.
recognize
Your
you.
microphone's not on. There you go.
Great. So over the past year, I've had the opportunity to assess and evaluate both the strengths and weaknesses of the department's current structure. While I continue to be awed by the level of institutional knowledge, professionalism, and expertise available in the health department, the current structure is a vestige of past capacity. Today's health department needs to remain strong in all its core services while being nimble enough to pivot at any given moment to respond to the complex changes in the current public health landscape. Much of the focus for last year was spent on ensuring succession within all the divisions. While maintaining that spirit, ensuring continuity, I am respectfully requesting that we transition the funding for the environmental health director to fund a deputy director line that can work cross-divisionally as opposed to within one division. The current senior staff within the environmental health division has a combined 70-plus years experience. Any additional administrative personnel would merely serve to make the division top-heavy. What is needed is more field staff. The above suggested shift, while being budget neutral, would also allow for us to increase boots on the ground by bringing on a new environmental health aide.
A deputy director would enhance operational efficiency and oversight. The department requires the management of multiple divisions such as EPI, environmental health, health education, and nursing. A deputy can assist with overseeing day-to-day operations, coordinate across programs, and ensure alignment with strategic priorities. This allows the director to focus on high-level functions such as external partnerships, policy advocacy, and long-term planning. The position would also strengthen emergency preparedness and response capacity. Public health emergencies such as pandemics, natural disasters, and environmental crises require rapid decision-making and coordinated action. A deputy provides additional leadership bandwidth, ensuring continuity of command and reducing bottlenecks during high-pressure situations. Lastly, in our fiscal department, we're requesting a reclassification of our office assistant position to an account clerk 2 position. The above suggested requests have been vetted by personnel and will be cost neutral to the 2026 budget. And with that,
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to open it
I
up to
just
any
would like
questions.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the additional for number 10. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So this came in, this is a review of the reference form and documentation for a job classification evaluation. I was just surprised this didn't go to health first, because I went to the health committee meeting. Now, I do have a question. It says here, and this is going to be an internal candidate for the deputy?
There is
Internal?
an internal candidate that is being proposed.
Oh, there is, okay. And what are the requirements as far,
So there are requirements in terms of knowledge, skill set, but they also need a master's in public health.
They do,
This particular
okay.
individual just started their program. It is still my anticipation to fill out my appointment period, so
Okay.
I do expect to be here at least for the next 5 years, unless something else changes. In that time, they would be required to finish their graduate degree in public health.
oh, so they're currently taking classes toward that?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Any questions or comments from the committee?
I mean, I appreciate your ability to rearrange your department so it's not top-heavy in one specific division. I know we went through a whole reorganization of the health department, gosh, I don't know how many years ago that was, 6 years ago maybe? And I know this is your first year being your director of health, and that gives you perspective, gives you the ability to rearrange your department as you see fit, and I appreciate you looking to get more boots on the ground and kind of flipping it back to, more boots on the ground and less management, but with the, look to the future with a deputy director possibly. But we thank you for your service, and we appreciate your first year here. You've done a lot.
I appreciate that.
I see the vision of this, and that's all I wanted to say.
And I commend you also for keeping the budget neutral, so that's.
Yeah, being cognizant of tax dollars.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
No, I wanted to just say thank you. I know it's your first year in, and you were able to analyze your whole department. So I want to thank you for keeping the budget neutral, but looking to better the department. So thanks.
I appreciate that. I think part of what I saw as my charge was to find how we could optimize and create more efficiencies in the department. So I think we've spent a lot of time, and Bill Orr has been key in helping me identify that and obviously do it in a way that we're being good stewards with the tax dollars.
Thank you. Any other legislators? Legislator Montgomery.
Thank you. I know this belongs with the personnel because it's a personnel move and reorganization, but I'm surprised to find it on for approval with a reorganization of this magnitude and not as a discussion first. And while I am really welcoming the addition of an environmental health aide, those are a lot of my calls as an elected official in my district. I get calls from constituents, and I know you've been short-staffed in that regard. As far as losing a director of environmental health, not sure how I feel about that yet. I'm also looking at it that we don't even have a director of nursing. We don't have a director of environmental health now. We have, I'm looking at the personnel website, and while I know we don't have all of these jobs in personnel, you know, we have a director of EMS. We don't have a director of nursing again. We have a director of, do we have a director of finance? We have a commissioner of finance. I was the biggest advocate for a public health director rather than having a commissioner, because I felt like someone who had their master's in public health was way more valuable to the community than just an MD. While I loved our previous commissioner's work and really valued it, I really was happy when you came on board as a public health specialist. And everybody knows what we experienced with the situation and requirements of the state with someone needing to get their master's in public health. And it didn't happen, it didn't happen, it didn't happen. So I think this requires a bigger discussion than just approval for tonight. I'd be happy to recommend that the committee forward and move forward the environmental health aide and the account clerk, because that's needed. As far as moving to a deputy director who doesn't have the qualifications that you have, is what you're telling me. You step out, we have a deputy director who's in charge with no qualifications to be the deputy director, other than, you know, I'm your biggest advocate. And this is I always do this with the health department, everybody knows it, this is what I do. And so, again, just had wished it was on for a discussion so we had more time to address it rather than on for an approval. I've never seen a reorg of a department on for an approval without a discussion at a previous meeting first. That's one thing. And then, you know, obviously, I'd love to see a director of nursing. I'd love to see that position that I fought for during budget happen. Obviously, I'm not the director or even a professional in this, you are. So, again, it goes to my experience with the previous need to comply with state regulations, to have the person we had in, to have their master's in public health. They didn't, and they years and years and years they didn't, and here we are again approving the same thing. Is this a competitive position? It'll have to come from a list, I would assume, and I'll end it there.
So I would just say that, while I completely understand your position, this individual has been vetted by the state and is considered eligible to sort of serve in the deputy capacity. Although they don't have the length of public health experience that I have, they certainly have a depth of experience, and the department would be well suited, you know, if something were to happen to me, you know, minus the fact that they're yet to receive their graduate degree under their particular leadership. You know, that being said, more than happy to sort of open this up to more general conversation. The interesting thing around commissionership is that may end up being a moot point, and that the state is considering basically calling us all commissioners at this point. And although I am a doctorate of public health candidate, it wouldn't have changed sort of that situation until the state sort of recognized, you know, whether they're a director or a commissioner, we're all doing the same job. So I think, you know, a lot of sort of what's been institutionalized in terms of that title is going to be changing over the next year or so.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Director, for that explanation. You know, I'm not an expert in public health. I defer to your professionalism on a lot of this. I had the same conversation with the sheriff. I'm not a law enforcement official. We all rely on our professionals, such as yourself, whether it's on the department head level or the staff itself. So thank you for giving us an explanation. But when we, just to echo a little bit about what Legislator Montgomery was talking about, when we talk about reorganization of departments, we kind of have three legs to that stool. One is the personnel aspect of it, which is what we're discussing tonight. The other aspect of that, of course, would be the fiscal impact, which this covers as well, which would come under our Committee of Audit and Admin. But I think, especially for a department like yours, that is so vital to our constituents, public health, I think the most important leg of that stool is the programmatic changes that might be being made, and it seems to me like a lot of these changes are going to be made with personnel and getting some more boots on the ground, which is great. So I'm inclined to want to learn more about it. So I just have a question. There was a May 1st discussion at the opening. Is there anything critical to that May 1st date, or is it something that we could perhaps have a more robust discussion at a health committee meeting in May, and then maybe get it on the June agenda for the full board? We're all 9 of us are here as well tonight, so it's not like there's a missing legislator tonight. But I think it might be good for us to learn more, and maybe for us to think about any questions that we might have after tonight's meeting that we could brief you with before a potential health meeting in May. So through the chair, I would just ask that.
Well,
And believe me,
to
I'm-
answer that,
Okay.
May 1st has no meaning, just a
Okay.
date, so the numbers can work out.
Okay.
It could be June 1st, yes, it could be, it was just a point in time.
So there's no rush, it's not time sensitive.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Legislator Crowley.
Thank you, Chairwoman Sage. So two parts. I'm going to comment on Legislator Birmingham. I just have a question on what he just said. So we usually procedurally it would go through health and then personnel and then audit. But we do have audit coming up at the end of the month, so couldn't we take the time to think about any questions that we have and have a robust discussion then? And then it moves to the full instead of pushing it off another month and then it being approved at the end of, or at the beginning of June? You get what I'm saying? Because that's up to
Okay.
you, the committee, so that was just a suggestion.
Okay, I just think procedurally, it should have went to health
Yeah.
for discussion, and I think we should keep it like that. Let's keep to, what we usually do. And you said it's not time sensitive, so there would not be an issue if we did that for May. Legislator Montgomery.
Again, I disagree that this should go to health
Oh.
because it's a personnel issue. But the reorg issue
Well,
should go to health for
well,
a
that's
discussion. If
Well, that's what we would
okay,
discuss,
that's-
yeah. We would discuss that portion of it at health.
But what I would recommend to the committee, and if we can do it, Heather's here, we have a parliamentarian and attorney here. And I have to say, because of the volume of calls I get, and I know the need because I talk to the department directly, can we separate the vote?
Can you split the question?
Can we split the question? That's
Yeah,
the
if
right-
you have a second, you can split.
So split it to
Okay.
do
but
each one
I
individually?
understand, but why?
Because we really need an environmental health aid, and I know that, and I'm.
But do you think another month's gonna matter? It's
I
not-
do.
You do? Well, we'll ask
I
Rihanna.
do. People are
Rihanna, do you-
opening businesses, people are,
We have-
storm
I had a
season,
second part.
if I may finish, the storm season is hit, that's when most of
Yeah.
like the contaminations happen and people call and say somebody's property's flooding into my property, that's when the health aide or the sanitarian needs to come out, and I do think it is necessary.
So-
Oh, you have a second part?
I had a
Sure.
second part,
Okay,
yeah, I
go
had a
ahead.
second part all before
Okay, go
that, so
ahead.
I was
Mhm.
agreeing to have the robust conversation and seeing if we could do it that way. I understand procedurally, one, so fine. Number two, the environmental health aid, I know with the mandates with PFAS and things like that, this person will be there to help municipalities with grants, all those things, because I know they're really getting stretched thin, there's a lot going on, and we get calls all the time about it, so that person will be there to assist and is well educated in that, I'm sure amongst other things, but in that mandate from Albany right now.
Correct, and would be utilized primarily in that space because, the PFAS rebate program, we just sort of increased funding associated with our DEP grant
Okay.
for the watershed, so, there's a lot more in that space that needs to
So
happen.
it is
to
something
meet
that
those
needs to
regulatory
happen, and it needs to happen, it's not necessarily just kind of like willy-nilly, it is
And
something
it's
that you
an
guys
additional
need, and the towns and municipalities are gonna need to bounce off of you. and businesses and different people that are moving into the area or whatever else. So it is something that is time sensitive, to a certain degree, yes.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll defer to Bill, but there's an equal increase of appropriation of $34,667 for the environmental health aid and a decrease of appropriation out of the personnel services for environmental health direction of the same amount. To split the question, we would just strike the first two lines of each of those categories and to get the health aid going. Is that, would that, we don't want to screw up your books. I mean, is that, if
No,
you did
yeah.
that, would that?
Yeah, I guess that'll be fine.
So if I understand Legislator Montgomery's suggestion would be on the fund transfer that we have in front of us would be to amend it, and under increase of estimated appropriations, strike the first two lines, the 91,000 and the 33,000, and on the next one to strike the first few lines, the 33,584 and the 91,188, and just keep the bottom line, the third line in each of those.
You're gonna keep the 8 though, right?
That's,
I mean,
if I'm understanding Legislator Montgomery's.
You know, I think, I forgot the term again. Separate the question?
Split the question.
Split the question.
Just amend it, either one of them.
Um,
Just amend it.
I don't know enough about the aid position to advocate wholeheartedly like I am for the environmental health aid. I don't know how to advocate
Well,
for the account clerk position as much as, I don't know enough about that yet. So yes.
So if they amended it, striking the first two lines of each of those categories, you'd have the environmental health aid at 34,667 as an increase of appropriation, and we're decreasing the appropriation for the environmental health director by the same amount. That would get us there.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled that we're eliminating a environmental health director, but I'm more thrilled that we have more boots on the ground. I'm sure the environmental health director would be boots on the ground as well, but if I may, before you vote, and we'll help you call the question, but if I can read from Brian Stevens, Associate Public Health Sanitarian, and Joe Caravati. I can't tell you how hard these guys work, so I'm on the phone with them a lot, but just a quote from his memo. Environmental health aid to support ongoing and emerging water-related public health requirements and by assisting current staff with tasks. And this will help freeing up higher-level staff to focus on their job tasks, and it will increase overall efficiency. So that's just my driving it home plug before your vote.
Okay, I'd like to hear from Heather.
Through the chair, you could approach this two different ways. If you split the question, you would basically, essentially do what Dan suggested, but it would just be in effect. It wouldn't actually require an amendment. You wouldn't have to amend it. What you would do is you would split the question, and that first part would be considered with a vote separately, and then the second part would be considered with a vote separately, and then after the fact, we would prepare a resolution that reflected it as two separate things. Alternatively, you could move to amend, as he, was suggested, and you could just strike, and the only question that's on the floor would be as amended. So and then we would have to re-present the second question separately.
So we have the power to do both.
Yes, we have the power to do both.
Either, yeah.
So if we split the question, then we'd have to vote up or down on the, on the deputy director, and I would rather not
Or
do
you could
that.
vote to table to whatever next future meeting.
Okay, why, can we send this to audit? Would that be
Yes.
enough? Would that be
It's
enough
still
time?
not, it's still not going before the health department for a discussion regarding the overall reorganization.
For the
health
chair,
committee.
but we could have a robust discussion and any questions, and then be able to do it the way that it is presented and get it done.
I'm not gonna be able to advocate for it by the audit committee meeting for the overall thing.
You don't
Without
think any,
without the health committee discussing it. The health committee should discuss this. We're the health committee.
okay, I wish
But I don't see, why can't we
it's
just?
reorg, or we can discuss anything.
Right, but why can't we just move this, I mean, it's not
Yeah,
gonna
move
matter,
to
it's only
special.
for 1 month, if we just move the whole, to health for next month.
Move to the
Why do
special
we
for
have to
tonight.
split, why do we have to do it,
Because you can, and just do it.
No,
Wow.
Just call the
well,
question.
that's ridiculous. No, I think that, why, I don't know why we can't move this to May, or to May, to the health committee meeting in May.
Yeah, if there's no.
I mean,
and
there's
just
no
keep it
rush,
plain.
we're not a time, it's not time, this is why I think it would be easier. It's not gonna stop anything from moving forward here. It's only a few weeks. When is the meeting in May? Do we know?
May
Oh,
13th.
oh,
May I ask a question? of
Sure,
the
yes.
Director?
no, May.
Are you short an environmental
Tony.
health aide at this point? And do you have someone that you were planning on hiring?
We are short one, but we don't have someone that we have in mind at the moment.
Okay, so that wouldn't matter then. It's not gonna stall anything.
It's gonna stall the hiring of an environmental health
Really?
aide that's very much needed in
We're
the,
looking at June on
in the
this.
spring season.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Rion, would that do that? Stall it?
We'll postpone.
It would
our-
stall it
our
for 1
vote.
month? It would stall it for 1 month?
Go ahead and amend it.
Split it.
Amend it.
Yeah, amend it. I think amending it and then just bring it back, bring it up the director and at the health committee so we can see the reorg. Because I would be interested and curious to see the reorg of the department with the director and who reports to the deputy director and how that, you know, that would be something I would like to see, like the,
There's no job
Structure.
description for a deputy director either.
and that way we could, we'll just amend it and then discuss the rest.
Okay.
There's no chance you guys want to put it on the special health center for tonight?
Well, I don't think there's enough time, because we don't have all the information that there was.
I don't know,
We don't have the job
I don't
description.
know what Rion has, is what I'm asking, because there's also a special health tonight, so
Yes, he doesn't have the job description.
That's
do
the
you
information.
have it and can you pull it
We do
together?
have the job description, and we do have an organizational chart that looks at what those moves would look like. But I want to respect the fact that you want some time to kind of, look through things. So I would prefer.
I think very simply, all that needs to happen is that someone needs to make a motion to increase estimated appropriations for personnel services for environmental health aid to $34,667, and a second needs to be made.
Let's just amend it.
And that's essentially what the
That's
amendment
exactly
will
what
do.
amending is.
Okay, so somebody needs to
So
do
I'll
is
make a
make
motion to amend the resolution before us and eliminate personnel services line, deputy director, the personnel services account clerk for the increase of estimated appropriations and eliminate under the decrease of estimated appropriations the personnel services office assistant personnel services, leaving only the increase of estimated appropriations of the personnel services environmental health aid of $34,667 and decrease estimated appropriations for personnel service for the environmental health director of $34,667. I'll make that motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
So did you just do the bottom two? The bottom two are fine, right, as is?
We did, yeah, the environmental health aid.
But also the administrative office assistant to admin?
No, what they did is,
You didn't do that?
well, so.
That has nothing to do with the money that's coming from the environmental health, right? That is simply putting that line, it's vacant, and we're eliminating that line. This is what personnel did, and we're creating this other line. And that's where the money comes. So there's money there because it's been vacant. So it's off on its own. It's just, we threw this in here to just
Offset.
have the whole show for you.
It still needs to be approved, though. That-
It's approved as the personnel has approved this as an account clerk too. So I'm just trying to fill that, so we can fill that as an E instead of a 5, that's all. So that would need to happen because we've been vacant and, I'd like to see that happen, like you're gonna do the 8.
Okay, well, that won't prevent it, what we just did. That's not gonna prevent that.
Well, I don't know if you approved
You
it.
didn't approve the money for it.
Yeah,
The
I don't
financial
know.
transfer
That's-
never got
that-
approved.
that's
So
what I'm
it's
talking
the
about.
person, you approved the position, not the finances.
If I
Yes.
could recap what I think.
It's not a volunteer.
Right now, you haven't approved the final resolution yet. All you've done is you've approved an amendment
Amended.
to essentially leave the bottom line on both of those categories, the
That was to amend it, correct.
34,667.
Right.
And you've stricken the top 2 lines in each of those categories, the increase of appropriations and the decrease of appropriations. And that takes care of the
environmental health aid.
Yeah.
Bill's making the argument here, or position, I wouldn't call it an argument in the sense of estimated. Bill, you're saying you want to, you have somebody lined up for account clerk too?
No, but we want to start the process
Okay.
immediately, since it's been vacant for the whole year.
So then what
Beyond
you
that.
probably want to do then is amend, well, first of all, you probably want to make a second amendment now to put back in the second line of increasing appropriations for account clerk 2, Bill,
Yep.
at $33,584. And then you want to amend again the decrease appropriations for environmental health director, instead of decreasing it by 91,188, decrease it by 33,584, Bill? So that it pays for the account clerk 2?
No,
No?
that's, I said, that's totally separate. That's money coming from the vacant account.
Okay,
The
so let me
vacant
ask you
line.
this, if we're increasing, an amendment I'm just proposing, if we're keeping account clerk 2 at $33,584, we're creating that position, right?
Yeah,
Where are we gonna get the money from?
you're getting the money from the vacant office assistant line. It's been vacant all year.
But that's, oh, I see, okay, so it's that one, got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Has nothing to do.
finance the.
I should wear my glasses.
Has nothing to do
I
with
should wear my
205
glasses when I read this.
Okay.
Okay, so you want to keep the
Right.
second line on the top and the first line on the bottom. There we go.
Yep.
Should just call the question as is. Or put it in health tonight if he has everything to present
So then
it.
we have to make an amendment to the amendment?
No, you can make an amendment to the original resolution, and this is the second amendment, which you're going to,
Wouldn't you have to vote on the first one?
they already did,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Vote on the position, not that financing.
And then what you want to do is you want to make an amendment to bring back account clerk 2 on the top at $33,584 and increase appropriations. And you want to, on the bottom one, take the top one now, decrease personnel office assistant from $33,584. So essentially you're
Okay, you
restoring.
just said it, so we could just do it.
Yeah. If somebody, I can't make that motion, you guys
Okay.
can.
Okay, make a motion?
Nope,
You
I
can't, you're the chair.
Oh,
You have to do it.
I have to do it, okay. Okay, make a motion to amend the first line, personnel services, no, sorry.
Second.
Second line, $33,584, and decrease estimated appropriations for $33,584. Is that correct?
You got, yes, you got that.
You got that? Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now you guys have to vote on the entire resolution with those two amendments.
Okay. So make a motion to vote on the two amendments previously made.
Correct.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well, it's sufficient.
Okay, so now it's back to,
Those are council.
okay. Do you have
Can I-
that, Beth? Do you have that?
Thank
It's a
you.
little confusing.
Can I ask you a question about this overall process? That's
Yes,
democracy
go ahead,
and
go
that's
ahead.
efficiency. So we get things like this. It's really rude. It's so hard to govern when people are just, so we go through this process a lot where we get budgetary transfers for positions lumped together in one budgetary transfer. And I always find difficulty with that, and I'm wondering if there's a reason that, if I may ask.
There
You
was
have
no
the answer.
reason. It just came, it was the whole thought process of what he was trying to do.
I get the idea of reorganization and doing that, but this comes up a lot, and I often find, and maybe I should, get ahead of it and request when the agenda comes out or before the agenda comes out, that they're just separate budgetaries. I think, when we're talking about sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars in personnel lines or any item being lumped together in one budgetary, I think it's a good idea to separate them or split. What is it called?
Split the question.
And then we don't run into this, because it often happens.
Okay,
Because
so,
you could have questions about one position but not another.
so Rion, make sure this goes to the health committee down for next month?
For the director.
Yes, for the director position.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry to make you run through the gauntlet.
Yeah,
Thanks
Appreciate it,
for-
Doug.
Thanks for your patience.
thank you. Okay, and moving on to 11 is FYI, accident report, and number 12 is FYI also, incident report. 13 is other business, saying there's no other business, make a motion to adjourn, go to second. All in favor?
Aye.
Services Committee meeting for April 23rd, 2026. Everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Legislator Regan.
Present.
Legislator Sage.
Present.
Chairman Goldman.
Present. Thank you. Item number 3, we have an acceptance of the minutes for November 17th, 2025, December 9th, 2025, and March 10th, 2026. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 4, we have an approval for a historic road preservation certificate of, for a culvert on Peekskill Hollow Road and Wiccopee Brook, because it's in bad condition in Putnam Valley. We have Barbara Barbosa with us, I believe. Not here yet.
She's here.
She's here.
She's here. Barbara, would you like to come up?
That's Tommy.
Oh, it's Public
I
Works.
think it's Tommy.
What?
Hi,
Tommy.
DPW.
Joe.
And
Joe.
Joe.
Okay.
They're both here.
We're gonna change that to have, Commissioner Tom Fiore from DPW and Joe Bellucci from Deputy of DPW.
Yes, it's just the certificate of appropriateness for the Sidewalk Road designation in order for us to allow us to proceed with the design plans and specifications with the 4-foot wide shoulders that conform to New York State DOT standard specifications.
Very good. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the legislature?
When do you expect that work to begin?
Hopefully, later this summer.
Great.
We still have to go through the bid process and everything, so this is one of the last steps that we're for that. So.
Any other questions from the legislature? Any questions from the audience? Seeing there's no questions or comments, I can move this forward. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Okay, item number 5. We have an approval to approve the application to purchase MS4 pollutant preservation equipment. We have both the commissioner and we have Barbara Barbosa with us also. Okay, want to explain what this is?
So the county was appropriated $2.125 million back in, I think it was 2023. The funding was for water quality improvements. It was originally planned for the southeast sewer. That project has been discontinued. So we have requested EPA consider allocating it towards MS4 equipment purchases. They've agreed and forwarded a application for us. So I'm asking permission to apply for purchase of 6 different types of MS4 pollution prevention equipment.
Thank you. What does it actually do? How does it work?
But the vehicles, there are 3 different vehicles altogether. There's a Vector truck, a sweeper, and a hydrovac excavator. And just to clean out basins, clean the debris off the roadway, sediment accumulation and whatnot. So.
Any questions from the committee?
Chair. So this was the sewer project from Southeast that was supposed to connect to the Danbury.
Yeah.
I'm assuming those talks broke down and
I don't think the plant in Danbury.
or I'm not sure. Is that what we're talking about? The Southeast sewer line?
Yes.
Yes. That connects to Danbury. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
the plant didn't have the capacity, I think, to
Oh, it didn't have the
accommodate the
capacity,
extra
okay.
flow. So
Okay,
that's
because I know both
yeah.
sides were pretty
Yeah.
eager to do that. So we're reutilizing these funding. And it says there's 20% match.
Yeah.
It's 80/20.
Okay, so we already have those funds allocated for do we have to reallocate the $500,000 match?
This hasn't been allocated yet.
Hasn't
So
been
this would
Okay.
request, part of the request is the match.
Okay.
Any questions from the legislature?
Thank you, Chairman. In the proposal here, it says the equipment will be made available to use the municipalities as part of the 2025 IMA with shared services. Is that just specific to Putnam Valley? Is it marina or between Putnam County and the towns and villages in Putnam County? No, I'm sorry, I've read that wrong. I thought it was specific to Putnam Valley, but I see it's all Putnam County will be
municipalities, yeah.
available for that. Thank you. Sorry, I read it wrong.
Any other questions from the legislature?
So this was fiscal year, CPF for fiscal year 2023. Do we know if they put in, or if we put in, or anybody put in for fiscal year 2026 to get the other side of this instead of going the grant route? So it's fiscal, so 2.125 million was given for us from the CPF, right? and then the rest is going through a grant, right, to cover this. So did anybody put in for fiscal year 2026 to cover the funding, the rest of the funding? Did anyone try for that as well?
So the 80% is the 2.125 million.
Yep.
20% is required from EPA. They will not match federal funds.
They will
with
not do
federal
it.
funds, no.
Okay, just wondering.
Don't double dip it.
Let's send my government.
Do you know the timeline when you expect to hear that this would be approved, once it's approved through the legislature?
So we actually just went through a similar process with EPA for the Hudson Valley Shakespeare. When we were notified that it was appropriated, we went through a similar application process. I would say 3-4 months
Okay,
before
because
we got
similar
the
to
agreement.
Legislator Crowley's question, would that 531,000 come out of this year's budget, or do you expect that you'll ask us for that in next year's budget?
I would like to this year.
Okay. We have it.
We currently don't have a sweeper or a backhoe.
We don't have, exactly.
So
And,
we're in desperate need of these, so.
We never got the back?
we have
We
zero.
never got the back.
Carmel stole it
Auctioned it
out,
off.
to be
All
honest.
right.
Oh,
Carmel beat us to
you
it.
know how happy I was about that
Mhm.
back.
They put an Indian on it.
So,
Oh, worse, another dig.
Let's turn.
well, we still
Any other
have,
questions from the
but
legislature?
we appropriated the funds for that back.
No,
Okay.
no.
So I'm really happy about this.
Any other questions?
Go back.
Any questions from the audience? Seeing no questions, I'd like to move this. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, item number 6. We have an approval, a ratification to submit of an application for a FY27 congressionally directed spending appropriations for capital projects in Putnam County. Barbara, would you like to speak on this?
So the 2027 congressionally appropriated directed spending, the applications were due in March. We, as a county, wanted to get in 2 critical applications. One was for the sheriff for the countywide drone program, and one was for the repair of Maybrook Dam. So these applications were submitted. We are asking that the legislature consider this and retroactively approve our applications. If they're not approved, the applications will be withdrawn.
Any questions on the committee?
Chair, I was at the Soil and Water Board when we're talking about our dams in Putnam County, and Lake McGregor, I know is a problem dam that's owned by the county. I'm happy to see that the repairs are included in this. I think it's something that we need. I think everybody needs to be aware of our dams in Putnam County and how much work there is to be done with those. And I don't know how we're gonna fix all of them, but I think this is a really good start. And it is something that we did talk about in Soil and Water, and we did investigations, and our director at the time did a lot of discussions with the neighborhood there. And yeah, this was something that our previous Soil and Water Board worked diligently at, providing maps, so I'm glad we have this.
We have to start somewhere. We're going to start.
Yeah,
Any
well,
other questions from the committee?
grant funding.
Any questions from the audience, from the legislature? Any questions from the audience? If there's no questions, I'll move this forward. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 7.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question, please? I think Commissioner Barosa has one more item near the end of the agenda.
Oh.
And rather
What
than have
agenda?
to stay for a long time, if you could take care of it,
What's item?
appreciate it.
I'll let you do.
Can the gentleman at the podium please identify yourself?
No, out of order.
Phil Carlin from everywhere.
I like
Other
that.
business? Oh, yes.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay. I think a motion to accept other business. It's going to be,
Second.
thank you. It's going to be 16A. Commissioner would like to speak on this.
Thank you. I appreciate this also being moved out of order as well as it actually being added to the agenda.
Excuse me, Commissioner, I think, don't we have to make a motion to accept the additional?
They
You did.
You have to make a motion to go out of order, so I believe right there.
We did that.
Additional, and then,
We got a motion for the additional and the out of order, right? Just so
Did the
we're-
additional.
go ahead.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So the county has a Transportation Advisory Council, which the legislature just recently changed the selection of the members. The positions were changed to reflect our needs with transportation and to receive guidance on our system as a whole. With that, I canvassed, I put out ads in newspapers for the citizen at large position. I put advertisements on our buses for the riders. We solicited, actually through Legislator Montgomery, for someone that had knowledge in the medical field. So I've took a few months, but we were able to find different candidates that did all of the different positions. The county executive made the appointments based off of our recommendations, and I am requesting that the different candidates be confirmed by the legislature.
Any comments from the leader?
Mr. Chairman, just asking my fellow legislators, we sure don't want to split the question on this
Yeah.
one, right? All the appointments?
I actually do.
Just
I do.
Oh, you do?
100%. Yep. I mean that wholeheartedly. Not kidding.
You're the
Any
committee.
additional?
I know I'm not, you guys, I can make a request like Legislator Montgomery did the same way, to split the question.
See what you did,
Anyone else
Tommy?
from the committee?
Not from the committee.
Okay, anyone else from the legislature?
I just want to say thank you because I know how hard Commissioner Barosa worked in finding these people. It was a very long, drawn-out process and challenging. It's hard to get people to volunteer their time, to step up, to serve on these boards, and I think, we've got a great group of people. So, and thanks for all your time.
And I do want to say thank you to all of the people who are volunteering to serve on this board.
Absolutely. Any other questions or comments from the legislature?
As I always do when we talk about our volunteers, they really make our county work. All our volunteer boards and all the professionals in Putnam County, and especially on this board, that's brand new in my mind. I thank them all for their volunteerism, and thanks to Commissioner Barosa for vetting all these people on behalf of the legislature and the county, and look forward to a productive board.
Absolutely. Any other comments from legislature?
Just a quick, if I recall, this is the completion of the reorganization you suggested we do a few months back, and this is merely, not merely, but importantly, staffing up those positions that we approved a few months ago.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you.
And this board is tasked with different reviews, basically for the planning department, including they're supposed to have input in the transit study that's underway. So it is important that we get this reconstituted.
Any other questions from the legislature? Any questions from the audience? Seeing no other questions, I make a motion to move this. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Now we'll go back to item number 7.
You guys put it on the floor, absolutely.
We have an approval to amend the 20 CP 04 to add funds to the sidewalk safety repair program. Commissioner DEP, would you like to speak on this?
Yeah, this is our programmatic sidewalk repair program. So basically, identifying sidewalks that need repair, disrepair, and bringing them up to snuff. So just backfilling the budget.
Any questions from the committee?
questions from the legislature? Any questions from the audience? If there's no questions, I'll make a motion to move this. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 8, we have approval to amend 25C302 to add funds to Programmatic Building Management Systems Upgrade. Again, Commissioner would like to speak on this?
Certainly, go ahead, Joseph. This one?
Sure. These are or this additional funding would be to cover the costs associated with the Bureau of Emergency Services Building Management System upgrades, which monitors the utility functions of the building, basically. We're going to remotely monitor everything from computers and whatnot. So this is the third building we're going to be addressing as part of this programmatic CP. So we've done the historic courthouse and the correctional facility already.
And this is our 911 center and our server room for the whole county.
Okay, thank you.
Way to give it away.
You get that
That's it.
question?
Any question?
No.
Any questions from the committee?
It's important to maintain a critical infrastructure, especially to keep the building system up to current standards. It says here that it's obsolete and no longer maintenance and support available for this unit, so I think that's critical for our emergency services operations. So yeah, very supportive of this.
Absolutely. Legislator?
Yeah, to the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner, was this building part of the energy performance financing we did about 6-7 years ago?
It was the Article 9 project?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Any, a little off topic, any other facilities that we might need to do a phase 2 of that? I know obviously this room and a lot of other of our facilities benefited from the EPC. Essentially, they pay for themselves. And do you guys have any other targeted facilities that might be a candidate for that going forward? I know that you guys did a comprehensive job with the first one.
The majority of the buildings were
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to address the new courthouse next year with these some more funding next year. So
Okay.
that'll be the
EPC
fourth
or
and final. What's that?
maybe an energy performance contract or just some other?
We can explore,
Okay.
different funding opportunities for that as well. But that'll be the last step in addressing the outdated building management systems throughout the county. So.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions from the legislature? Any questions from the audience? Seeing there are none, make a motion to accept this. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 9. We have an approval to authorize 26 CP01 for the Putnam Valley Senior Center renovations. Commissioner Fiore would like to speak on this?
Yeah, we've just identified a lot of work. It's an older building now. Again, but that was not on that system. Yeah, there's a couple of code things that we need to address also on that, but we figure it's better to kind of hit it all at once and bring it up to date.
Any questions from the committee? Questions from the legislature? Any questions from the audience? Seeing there are none, I'll make a motion to accept this. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, item number 10. We have an approval for budgetary transfer money to the capital projects. This resolution is required to fund all 3 CP projects. Commissioner, would you like to speak on this?
Yeah, these are basically the budgetaries for those programs, so it's the money.
Any questions from the committee?
Just to be clear, this is the money that's coming for the safety, the sidewalk safety, the building management systems, and the Putnam Valley Senior Center renovations. So this is just the funding.
Yep.
Questions from the legislature? Any questions from the audience? Seeing there are none, make a motion to accept this. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, item number 11, we have an approval for budgetary amendment 26A027 to fund costs of the Bridge 5 project along the Maybrook, Bikeway, and Brewster. This is for $779,462. Commissioner, would you like to speak on this?
Yeah, this is a over 100-year-old bridge that had so many undeterminables We're actually very lucky to have the company we had did an excellent job. It probably would have run even higher than that with a not as experienced company. So one of the other parts of this too was steel. There was so much more steel had to go into restructuring the structure. And I actually want to commend our engineering department too, because they come up with a way to do it without dismantling the whole abutment structure, which was massive. If anybody's been over Brewster, it's a really big structure. They did it with keeping the structure in place and essentially using shotcrete, some rock bolts, and a lot of grout. So that cost was actually better than it could have been. And now that Maybrook section is complete, so.
There's some visual aids if anyone wants to take a look to.
Yeah, you see,
Steel.
That was just, is that one that just opened?
Yeah. So the steel, a lot of steel was hidden behind the abutment, and if you look at the steel, it looks more like a colander than a 1-inch plate. It's supposed to be a 1-inch plate of steel, so yeah. We have some at the shop if you want to look at that. You look through it, actually, so.
You said it's over 100 years. Do you have an idea when it was first built?
1896.
Okay, fine, all right, so 130.
So 130,
Yeah,
yeah.
I didn't want
130, yeah.
Well,
We'll talk about
I was just gonna ask.
lady's age.
We know.
That's good.
But, well, thank you for that, because it's such a critical part, and from what I understand, that, well, as you said, it connects the whole Maybrook line now, and I know there were some issues on the eastern side of that bridge about vagrancy and camps and everything.
Exactly.
Now that it's all open now, there's much more traffic for the whole length,
Yep.
so that won't be a problem. So, wow, this is amazing.
Any other questions from the legislature?
Thank you, Chairman. Gentlemen, I did read that where it said the conditions were encountered that were not or could not be anticipated by the design engineers. So the reappropriation we have here is for the engineers or for the construction company that?
Construction company.
For the construction company. So it was the engineers that had underestimated the job, based on the factors you just talked about?
When you're not building new, you can't determine what's
underneath, yeah.
existing, right?
Right.
So, that you wouldn't consider that their fault, essentially.
Understood, but you actually gave me the answer that I was looking for. So it's the construction company that we're appropriating here for?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And, in these, any rail trails have to be built up to a standard that if they ever had to put a locomotive back on it, you're building back to that standard, so it's a high standard.
Any other questions? Any questions from the audience? Seeing there are none, I make a motion to move this. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, item number 12. With approval for budgetary amendment 26A029 to fund SWIMS grant program, which is statewide investment in more swimming. It is for $30,000. Commissioner Fury, would you like to speak on this?
Not really, but I'm a long way from the Speedo.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. It's actually a very good program. It actually helped fund last year training for lifeguards. And we're having a real tough time getting lifeguards all around the county. Every municipality that has either a pool or a lake is having a tough time. But this is an incentive kind of because we can pay for the training for the lifeguard, which normally would cost, I think it's $500 or $600 per. It's $5, right? Yeah. So this offsets that for high school and college kids, and we are looking. So we're short.
Any questions from the committee? Questions from the legislature?
Not a question, I'm sorry. No, not a question, comment. I was just gonna say, it says adding 40 to 50 lifeguards, you're hoping to,
That's the program, the whole program. But we even shared with Putt Valley actually last year, a couple of kids.
Can you start digging
But
a pool? Can you dig for a pool?
Sure.
Any other questions?
Just-
Mr. Birmingham?
Yeah, The acronym is Statewide Investment in More Swimming. I just get annoyed with forced acronyms. I'm saving both for
We
it,
tried that
but
one.
I know you weren't responsible for the acronym, but forced acronyms are a
Didn't
pet
say
peeve of
drowning or
mine.
something.
What's
That's
that?
probably better.
Jeez
I can hear
Louise.
That's a Montgomery, yeah.
Strike that for the record.
I am so supportive of this, and I'm happy it coincides with Water Safety Month, which is May. Next month, we'll be honoring people for Water Safety Month and our partners, including N2O, and I know hopefully you're finding a place to train these lifeguards. I know that's another issue.
Right.
So I was speaking to Chris Ruthven about trying to help find a place.
There's a homeowner, I believe, right? Garrison?
Yeah, there's a institution, we'll call
Oh,
it,
okay.
that has a pool, so we're
Right,
hoping
right.
that we can use that. There's a couple of pools over there.
Great.
So, yeah, I can't tell you how important this is to have lifeguards, to have water safety training. We experienced it just last year where we had we had a drowning at Fonstock and had to call in social services. And a lot of the lifeguards are very young,
Right.
and it's very traumatizing for them to
Sure.
experience that. And just the more we can promote water safety, the better.
I agree, everyone really should learn how to swim, and water safety is very important. And, for a young person to take classes and learn how to swim, it's really what everyone should be doing. Any other questions from the legislature? Any questions from the audience? Seeing no questions, I make a
Thank
motion
you.
to move
Thank you all
this.
this.
Second.
Thanks.
Thank you for your work.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll call you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, item number 13. We have an approval to change a local law to amend Chapter 25, Article 4, entitled Veterans Memorial Park Advisory Board. We have Jean Caruso, Director of Compliance, with us. Would you like to come up? Someone else has to come up?
It's the local law. Veterans Memorial.
I can't hear you, I'm so sorry.
For the Veterans
Yes.
What's this?
Park Advisory Board?
Oh,
Yeah.
actually,
Yes.
Carl spoke to us on
For
this
the parks,
last month.
yeah, that's for parks.
there's a couple of FYIs. Got it. So, through the IMA we do have with the municipalities, we've come up with a Row of Honor and a Hometown Hero banner policy, which will be through DPW. So essentially, it's a 2-year lifespan for both the flags and the Row of Honor. Once the 2 years is up, the flag and or the banner would go back to the family that purchased it or sponsored that flag. We work with, on this side of the county, Gail Driscoll, and on the other side, Sidney Trimble. So they're basically our vendors. The policy will distribute, I think you have the policy? You have.
I introduced it back in, what was it, February 11th, February 10th. I introduced the Roll of Honor and went through the whole resolution. So
Great.
I don't have everything else with me to back up, but
Right.
I saw it.
So essentially, it's going to do a little more taking care of the flags and the banners. It's going to give them a season, so it'll be up before Memorial Day and down after Veterans Day. And then they'll get washed, stored properly, and then go up the following year. So it's a 2-year program, because that's the warranty on the banner, so we figured that makes the most sense. And then you won't see the worn and tattered. I know a lot of the other municipalities, they can do whatever they want, just like our IMA with the DPWs and the highways. But I know a few of them have already signed on to it, and they're going through their own town boards to mimic this one, because it does make the most sense.
It does.
That's,
It's wonderful too, because like when we first discussed this, I brought up the flags that were found in the parking lot,
Right,
and
right.
they weren't laid to rest, they were just kind of thrown there. The families pay a lot of money for these things, it's
Yep.
gonna be completely reimbursable. And also with the Roll of Honor, or with the Hometown
Banners, yep.
Heroes too. I mean, especially in Maybrook, I don't know about other towns, but they take a lot of wind from, the lake and everything else, and we pick them up all the time. And
yep.
it's really quite terrible that they're not up and down. And I know it's a lot of work, but, these are talking about, we're
It's
talking
worth
about
it,
people who went and fought for our freedom, so it's the
Right.
least we can do, and I'm very appreciative of it.
And Sarah English from the law department was great, helping us out with all the verbiage, so I want to thank her also.
Let's sort of say this.
So this, you mentioned Cindy Trimble
Yep.
and Gail Silk, that's Carmel, and Cold Spring, Phillipstown area. In Carmel, I purchased banners for veterans in Carmel. Neither one of them have gone through. So is this going to include all of the
No,
banners
so-
throughout Putnam County, or just those two
We're-
towns?
Yeah, so each town, each municipality is going to deal with their own vendor. So that would be their Cindy Trimble or Gail Driscoll. So the county, just us, we're just dealing with Cindy, and essentially it's
So
going to
Carmel
be,
has their own then?
right,
Yeah,
and
so this
the
doesn't-
way that the language, if they want to adopt it, they get approved by our Veterans Board. So Carl Rody's office will approve that vendor, and if they adopt it the way we have it written, so. And we're, with the recommendation that they do donate to Veterans Affairs, the profits from
The one in Carmel was started by one of the, my Girl Scouts. And she put them all up throughout Carmel. That was her Girl Scout project.
and the Roll of Honor actually goes directly to the veterans.
Yeah, that I know,
So
yeah.
that goes
But I was talking about the banners.
Yep, and that's why we use the vendor.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
the vendor, yeah, so the vendor has changed on that. And there was a problem, I know, with, there was supposed to be money donated back to a veterans organization from the original vendor. And Gail actually spoke out very publicly at one of the town board meetings, so that vendor has changed now. And things are gonna be done a little bit differently. And also make, in Carmel, yes.
Which does not included in this.
It is.
Carmel's gonna
Carmel
adopt
is
the
gonna
similar
adopt this,
to our
yes.
IMA.
But they're not included in this particular.
Not in this particular one, right.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just, you were talking about Carmel, so I was just telling you that the vendor had changed from the previous vendor that people had used in the past.
Any other questions? Let's see.
I just want to thank you guys for following Patterson's program, because we do put them up Memorial Day and take them down Veterans Day, and preserve them.
Yes.
There he
Oh,
is.
he's
Rich
here.
Williams.
So we do have, Patterson
You do a great
and
job.
Putnam Lake.
Yep.
And with the help of our town supervisor and our town highway department, they do put them up and take them down. If one is, falls or whatever, they.
Straighten it out right away, yeah. Yeah.
So,
You do a great job.
So I'm happy you guys are doing it. I know we had a few people concerned that your program would mess with our program.
Yeah, no.
So I just want to thank you
Yeah.
for, I want to thank the town of Patterson, and there's Andy DeStefano and Scotty Kearney who they're the Cindy.
Exactly, right.
So thank you guys.
Any other legislators? Question, comment? Okay, anyone in the audience have a comment? A question? Seeing there are none, make a motion to accept this. I have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Thank you.
Wait, and one more, the next one too.
Fee schedules.
Yeah.
Yeah, moving on to number 14. I'm excited about this. We have an approval to amend the fee schedule for Putnam County Veterans Memorial Park. I proposed this for a few reasons. But before we get started, I'd like to before we get started, I'm going to make a motion in a few moments to amend the timeline from this year to next year. After I did this, there were some glitches, and I'm going to ask the commissioner to help me out with some of the glitches on this.
Yeah, we start early. Both the dog park season starts right away. It starts way before Memorial Day. So we've already got a lot of people who've already bought the season pass and even the park season pass. So that pretty much started. The park season pass started in probably in March. We start selling. So it wouldn't be fair to those people that already paid for the year. And as it sits now, we do all veterans, all first responders, are free to the park as it is right now. And also, there's a discount for all county employees too, so that was last year.
If I thought about this earlier, I would have opposed it earlier, but I apologize. Any other questions?
I have a question about the resolution, a clarification of 1, 2, the third whereas. Just whereas Veterans Memorial Park is the only waterfront that has not remained unavailable to green algae infestation. I just don't understand that.
Basically, as far as I know, it's the only body of water in Putnam County that has not had green algae. And in the past, many summers, many beaches throughout Putnam County, I know in Putnam Valley they are, different beaches get closed because they can't swim in there, or you can't go in there because it's infected with green algae. And that specific beach hasn't had a problem. And if you recall, a year or two ago, the county executive, when it was very hot, basically said it's free, you don't have to pay to go in. So it should be free anyway for Putnam County residents.
I understand all that. I'm just, I would recommend different language.
Okay.
Just, you know, whereas the Veterans Memorial Park is the only park that has not been infested with green algae. Is anybody else seeing the lanlanguage
The
that's
syntax is a little off.
kind of weird?
Wonky is the word you're looking
Wonky?
for. Wonky.
Okay, well, all right.
But the resolve
Two
part
negatives.
was the one, right,
It's
at
not
the
been
end?
unavailable.
Yeah, yeah.
It's 2 negatives.
So basically, I'm gonna make a
English major.
motion to change the fee structure from this year to next year, and also add in what, let's say, Montgomery just mentioned. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Right after you.
We'll have some discussion on this. After doing the research that I've done on this, every town has a park, and throughout Putnam County, as far as I know, none of them charge a fee to go into, and that's a good thing. The Veterans Memorial Park is a very wonderful park. I go there a lot. If you haven't been there or you're not familiar with it, it has a helicopter in there, it has a tank in there, Gold Star Mothers Memorial, Battlefield Cross, Purple Heart Museum, Veterans Museum, Civil War Monument, trails, and a wonderful lake that we were just talking about. I go there a lot, and it seems to be underutilized when I go there. No one's ever there. No one's ever in the lake, and no one's really walking around the park. It's a great place to go, and the lake is wonderful also. So, any comments or questions on this? Legislator?
Yeah, I think this is a great idea. Thank you for proposing this. I think this is especially smart because I feel as if Putnam County residents pay their fee to use this park by paying their taxes and funding this park. I had a question on the schedule, the park fee schedule recommendations. If you were to rent a pavilion, there's two options. There's with or without, there's two cost options rather, with or without an annual permit. But there would no longer be a permit to purchase. So what would the cost of the rental then be? Would it be $125 for the large pavilion and $75 for the small pavilion as it was without a permit? Or now that we're...
Well, to rent the pavilion or to pay the other fees to participate, many non-residents use that part of the park. So I'm going to keep that the same. All I would like to do is give the opportunity to people who live in this county to go there for no cost. Senior citizens, average people, veterans.
Well, so that was my next question then too, because it seems like, and I'm just asking, just because it seems like that the intent is for this to be free of charge to Putnam County residents. So does that mean now out-of-county residents will have to purchase a permit to use the park?
Yes, and so would Putnam County residents have to pay for a permit. Just to go into the place, go into the park, You don't have to pay. Right now, if you drive up, you gotta pay $10 to walk in,
Here, look,
and that's really what it is.
he just wants to cross it off.
It's all crossed
Any other
off.
questions? What's that?
Yeah, I have a quick, I
No,
just,
but
I'm
not-
trying
It
to
says
see on the copy,
non-resident
it's not
permit.
clear, but it said non-resident permit.
And it's crossed out,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's crossed
yeah.
out. So
A
it's not,
non-resident permit is crossed
it's
out.
crossed out
Right,
for
it's crossed out.
$85, so they don't have to pay. So this is gonna be free to non-residents according to this.
That's just what I was asking, I just wanted clarification.
Yeah, if I could, to Legislator D'Angelo's point, I think your intention, Bill, is where it says without annual permit on the pavilions and with annual permit, maybe those should be changed to out of county resident 125 and 75, county resident 150. Is that your point?
I think that's a good idea, yeah, well, what I was going to recommend, and
There are no
then,
permits, yeah.
because there is no permits, exactly, so you change that, but I noticed that it says non-resident permit, $85, but it's,
Crossed out.
exactly. So I would recommend to remove that. I would still say that you should charge a non-resident permit
Yeah, you
fee
should charge that.
and keep that,
Thank you.
yeah.
Legislator?
I just want to say that, I mean, I live directly across from Sycamore, and they do a wonderful camp there, but if you want to take your kids swimming most of the summer, you can't do it until 3:30, after 3 o'clock. This is a really great option for people to go and enjoy. There's everything as far as, picnic tables, amenities, bathrooms, and you don't have to worry about a camp being there if you need somewhere to go and cool off and something to do with your children, or just go swimming, because, we talk about places that charge and don't charge, and this is just, it's just ideal. It's a very easy day, it's a very cheap day for your family, and it's a really cool place to go and take your family and enjoy. So I thank you for doing this and bringing it to the forefront. And also gives the parks an exposure as we're building new things and adding and continuing to do things. And there's a lot of festivals that happen there as well, too, so.
It's a wonderful park. For the audience, if you haven't been there, please go. You'll enjoy it. Legislator?
Mr. Chair, I was just going to make the amendments to the fee schedule that Legislator D'Angelo just discussed, and I would make a motion to add back non-resident permit of $85, and then change the pavilion rental, the first column to non-resident and the second column to resident, making it clear, since
I'll
we don't
second
have,
that.
this is just amending the
All in
amendment.
favor?
All in
In
favor?
favor? Aye.
In favor?
Yes. Aye.
Okay.
Do you want to reiterate that, so we got it written down? Say it one more time.
She's got it.
Yeah, I got
You
it.
got it all?
Well,
Okay.
through the chair, you told about next year, though.
Yes,
next
not
year.
this
Yes,
year, not this
I
year.
mean, if
So
we
your
could,
fee
I,
schedule
If there,
can
if it needs to
change.
be changed, we can.
yeah, I'd love to get together with everybody, just to, you kind of have to separate lower park from upper park. There's a lot of things, nuances that we should talk about before we
We have a
make
whole
changes.
year, I'm sorry.
Oh, the lower park is really where you pay the fee.
Correct. But you pay for the dog park and the upper park.
You gotta go to the lower park to see it in person, and you gotta go to the upper park
Correct.
to use the dog park.
Well, once you're in, but and there is a ranger, park ranger that does check.
Oh, no, I know, I brought the dog 2 weeks ago,
Mhm.
I had a blast, last Sunday, so they closed at 3:30.
So it's for
On
20.
beautiful Sunday afternoon.
Any other questions
Yep, have
from
a
the
great
legislature?
weekend.
Any questions from the audience?
Take official business.
Okay.
Nope, not doing that.
We're gonna change, not do it this year, we'll do it next year. I'll ask council just to change the resolution, before that. Make a motion to move this, do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. All right, we have number 15 now, item 15. We have a resolution in support of Putnam County's use of WQIP, that's Water Quality Improvement Program, funds for years 11 through 15 of Stormwater Retrofit Program for the east of the Hudson Watershed Corporation. Tom, would you like to speak on this?
Yes, this is to keep the program running. It's, 1.5 million going to east of Hudson watershed to pay for the program. Administrative, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee?
I just would like to ask, Rich Williams also does a lot, I believe he runs the program, or if not, basically heads the program, if he has anything to add to this. Sorry, Rich, I'm throwing you right on the bus.
Any questions for the legislature? Anyone else?
Different hat tonight, Richard Williams, President, Visa Hudson Watershed Corporation. We are looking for Putnam County support for funding to keep this program going. This program handles the most important component, the most expensive component of the MS4 program, not only for Putnam County, but for all the excuse me, members of the corporation, which include members from Westchester, Putnam, and Dutchess County. It's a very expensive program. We did the first 5 years for $22 million. We did the second 5 years for $20 million. We are now looking to go into years 11 through 15. We have secured about $15 million in funding from Westchester and negotiated an agreement, from New York City DEP. But that money at this time is being limited to capital in order to run the administration of the corporation. We're seeking funding from both Putnam County and Westchester County. So, and I thank you for your consideration.
Yeah, thanks. And Bill, I know it's coming out of the WQIP, the 1.5. Is that currently in our budget, or is that something that we just authorize coming from another budget, like the East of Hudson funds?
Yes, that's in the QUIP reserve, and I believe it's gonna go through the process of the right of objection, and when it's done, we'll just write a check. We have a capital project set up already, so you don't have to do a budgetary amendment.
And these dollars, are they tax dollars, or are they?
No,
Yeah,
no, this is
I want you to
part
make
of
that
the
point, yeah.
$40 million watershed agreement plus interest earned
Perfect.
that we got back in '97. And the program that Rich is talking about is not optional. You know, you have the MS4 mandates for years.
Yes, absolutely.
1 through forever, and this will help keep that program going.
And so essentially, and that's why I asked Bill, that this money is New York City money, quite frankly, from a 30-year-old contract that the county signed with the New York City as part of the global watershed agreement. So it's $1.5 million dollars coming from not Putnam County taxpayers, but from New York City, to make sure that it's essentially their fee to us to help preserve, you know, the water quality in their drinking water. So just wanted to make that point. Rich, thanks for the job you guys do.
Thank you.
on that.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from legislation? Any questions from the audience? All right, seeing there are none, I make a motion to move this. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Hi.
Thank you. Okay, other business? Going to make a motion to appoint Amy Sage to the Ag Board for a temporary role. Do I have a second?
This is adding to the other business to the agenda. Do we have to add it first?
Yes, okay.
I'll just, through the
add
legislative
that?
council.
Yeah,
We need to add it to the.
You need to add it.
Okay, so we'll add it
Make a
first.
motion to add that to the agenda. Second that?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, you want to discuss that?
Well,
Yes, you
the
can.
Legislator Montgomery is our appointee to the Ag Board, and she will be away 2 months during the time where the Ag Board meets to approve and tour properties. And she's asked me to sit in her stead, knowing that those are 2 critical months and she won't be there, so I agreed to sit in temporarily. I've been on the Ag Board many years, and I'm very happy to pass the
Perfect
baton,
choice.
but I will agree to sit in for those 2 months, because I know it's critical for the Ag Board.
Would you like to say a few words?
No, thank you. And I'm wondering, I know we do it with other boards and appoint alternatives. Is it possible to do that? It's, I'm finding it's a challenge during the day, during the week, you know, with my schedule to actually do this. So I've been able to, you know, actually go to extra meetings, attend all the meetings so far, but It's challenging, and I'm wondering if at some point down the road, we want to look at an alternative to the ag board, because it's been such a hot topic, and the more knowledge legislators have, the better. So at some point, we can consider that if possible, but thank you so much. I'm not away, it's just really hard for me to get over there on those 2 days.
Right.
Any other comments from the legislature? Any comments from the audience? Seeing no one, I make a motion to.
Wait,
there's
it's not bad, it's quick, I promise. Excited and, oh my God. But you could send another person, they just couldn't vote.
I don't want to do that.
So that's
This is,
like-
these are 2 important months, and I
It's
really
the
didn't
middle
want
of
to
ag
do that.
inclusion, yeah.
Right, so we needed a
So
vote.
like, we're gonna miss you and.
Yeah,
oh,
thank
man.
you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
and.
I wanted it covered. I was just gonna not show up, but I don't do that.
Thank you.
One more item we were instructed to bring your attention to. We just made an award to a contractor for the Veterans Park Chapel roof renovation project. So we intend to use the facilities roof repair line for that, and then journalize the expenses afterward to align with the actual project. So there's a separate CP for the chapel renovations in their entirety. So
Thank you. That's a wonderful building, and if you
Yeah.
haven't been inside of it, you get the opportunity, please go in it. In the winter, it's cold, in the summer, it's hot, but it's a wonderful
Well, like the
building.
good old days. That's gonna change, actually. We've got a lot going on at the park, both parks, for Rev 250 with Jen Cassidy. So we need to get the roof done so we can get the interior done.
You're gonna put some window units in the
talk about
chapel, air conditioning?
Even better.
I'm joking.
Window
Window
No,
units, yeah.
that's goes with
They're really
us.
historic, those
Yeah,
window
yeah,
units.
exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other business, there's another piece of business I'd like to.
Legislative
Vote
building.
on the-
Did we just do that? I'm sorry.
No, that was just accepting of the business
All right.
and
Make a
discussion
motion
on it.
to move that. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I have another piece of business I'd like to add to other business. We have an issue that really just came up. I would like to add on. We received a letter of necessity for the county paving funds, and it should be on physical services. Make a motion to add that on to tonight's meeting. Do I have a second? Seeing I don't have a second, I move on. All right, other business? Is there any other business? Seeing there's no other business, I make a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
You gave me some dates. Another one,
For the view
stabilization services, mental health,
Right.
and the ARPA funding. And you did state that you've been attempting with Treasury to approve or find out if you can approve that reallocation
Right.
to paving. Did you inquire with Treasury if the status of the contract with the current holder of that funding? And can I say the name of the organization? Okay, so up until today, that money was contracted with People USA. Okay, you've been inquiring with Treasury while that contract was still active, whether or not we could take that money and use it for paving. Did you ask Treasury if you can amend the contract with People USA to say something like stabilization services, which People USA provides, instead of stabilization center, which they can't provide? Was there any attempt of the administration to try to amend that contract to keep it in mental health?
The attempt of the administration is to get any guidance at all. We haven't.
Well, I got
heard
some guidance from
Treasury.
Treasury, and it wasn't a yes or a no. It was, they didn't say, no, you can't amend the contract, and they didn't say, yes, you could.
Right, we haven't not heard from a representative from Treasury yet.
I have, and my attempts were a lot, and it took a lot of time, and I've worked very hard on it. So I'm disappointed that the attempts were not to see if that contract for mental health could be amended, rather than jump right to paving. In addition, if you're gonna talk about paving, out of the 34 ARPA projects approved, 2 are for paving.
Right, did you refer the person you talked to Treasury to the administration?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't need to. I was trying to get my own information to prepare for tonight.
Well, you know, we've been reaching out, trying to get in touch
I
with
can't have them call you. You've been trying to reach out to them, you know what it's like, you call, you get someone on the phone, and they write to you, and you can't write back. You can't write, you know this is what you call on their phone, and they actually do say, don't write to us, don't call us. I continue to do that, unfortunately, as you know, that's what I do. But, so out of the 34 ARPA projects, 2 involve paving.
Okay.
So, I think that's
So,
correct.
yeah.
One is
They fold into it, but I get what you're saying, yeah.
one is complete.
Yes.
The one that's complete, we spent $1,315,630 on. The second one is more than 50% complete, according to the portal.
Right, and we're trying to reallocate the money there
Okay,
and
let me,
get the
can I-
paving
I'm
done
gonna
before
finish.
September.
I'm going to finish. So, you told us in February that you can't just use the money for mental health for another project that's not approved by ARPA. So, both of our paving projects are, one is 100% complete, the other is half complete. The second one that is half complete, we were allocated $881,000, 568. 500,000 of that was spent. That leaves a remaining $381,490 of ARPA paving approved projects. Where does $2.1 million for approved ARPA projects come in? It doesn't exist. Those paving projects don't exist that were approved by ARPA.
No, the Commissioner DPW has a list that he would complete with that money.
But they're not ARPA projects.
Well, they would be if you reallocate the money.
You can't reallocate the money for a project that wasn't approved by ARPA by December 31st, 2024.
Paving wasn't specified, it was a generalized category, is that
Right.
correct? Commissioner?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And it's under revenue replacement, so.
Though that's not what you told the legislature.
well,
You
that-
said
that- That's what we believe is the area of least risk.
Okay. Okay, so my concern is not that the plans change. That happens. My concern is, obviously, you can hear right now, is whether all options were fully explored to preserve the original public health investment before moving to reallocate these funds to elsewhere, specifically paving, right away. These mics were not even cold yet in February, when we got memos from other municipal leaders, other legislators, saying,
Right.
we're gonna use this money for paving. No attempt was made to reallocate this for, not even reallocate it, just continue to use it for stabilization services and continue to use it for stabilization services and change one word, services instead of center. We didn't do that, and I wish we had. And Mr. Caruso did say to me as a legislator, can propose any of those programs to the administration.
Right.
I've done that in the past. I did that with the TAP grant regarding funding for the TAP grant regarding Phillipstown and Cold Spring. I wrote the MOUs, I wrote the MIAs myself. I told Law that I was doing this. 3 hours later, after it was approved by the supervisor and the mayor, the county executive, who said a month before, he's not doing it, we're not doing this project, we're not gonna do the TAP grant for these towns. After I did all the work on it, I brought a program to the administration, and then he said, I'm gonna do it. So you see why I don't bring my ideas to the administration, because suddenly headlines are out there, not the one where the administration says we're not doing it, but the one where a month later he says he's doing it. So I don't buy that I can bring anything to the administration or even Law at this point, and my work is not just taken. I don't need the credit for it, I just need the work done, I need to stop playing these political games. My concern is that no
This
attempt-
seems like a political game to me.
It's not a political game, I'm not running for office.
Oh, that's-
I'm not running for office. I'm
Neither am
trying to
I.
preserve the intent of mental health. We just this month had our CRT team disbanded. The sheriff said, we're not doing critical response team anymore. You, the administration, were asked if you would support People USA in purchasing the only respite house for stabilization that we have in this county. That funding could have been used for stabilization services at Rose House. We're gonna lose Rose House. That's being sold. People USA can't buy it. So this is not a political game. I think I'm laying out the facts here. I'm not trying to relitigate the past. I get it. Things change, we're moving on. We're gonna use.
Well, when you're ready to move on, let me know and I'll tell
Okay.
you what our plan is.
So.
For now, I'll get a drink.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
could I just want to, and we don't have to do it now, I do want to reserve some time to go into executive session to discuss the questions I have about contractual matters. Contractual matters, we can use neither of that.
I make a motion to go.
Well,
on.
we don't have to do it now, I don't
No,
want to
do it now.
preempt any further discussion, I just want to make sure.
That's my research on the ARPA funding. Do you have any more to add on the ARPA funding? Because we were told we couldn't use the ARPA funding that's allocated for this for any new project. It had to already have been approved.
The time to spend the ARPA money is the end of this year. In order to have a new project and get it in place and have that spending be accomplished, going through an RFP process and a contract with a new vendor for a new project, it would not be spent in time.
There is
Just
no-
realistically.
There's no possibility to do a new project. You wouldn't have had to have gone into a new contract. You wouldn't have to have found a new vendor. I'm sure you could have worked with People USA to amend the contract that you have to say stabilization services.
I think that I would defer to the law department on
Okay,
that.
or
I'm not sure
Treasury,
that's
where I got my information.
But, well, I don't believe that's accurate, and we can discuss that when we discuss the contract,
Okay, and I don't
contractual
believe it's
details.
accurate that we can use the ARPA funding for,
We can't change the contract that we have currently
I know
in place.
that.
So we'd have to,
There's-
and if you want to take over at any point.
Treasury's not
My
saying that.
understanding is that we went out, we put out an RFP for this project specifically, and it was in a bid process. And the contractor that we have in place bid for the job, and the bid was accepted, and it went through the whole procurement process. Then a contract was entered into specifically for that bid, and I don't want to get out of my, my lane here, since I'm not the law department or DGS, but that the contract that was entered into was specifically for that bid, and we can't just deviate from that without going out for a new bid and entering into a new contract.
I believe a contract can be amended.
Well,
Or canceled.
Well, that's what's happening.
Right.
And then we lose it for mental health. And we're gonna blacktop, which is,
Well, there's multiple parties to a
Yeah.
contract, and both parties have gone in this direction.
Just to narrow, and again, we don't have to do it now, but to narrow my request for executive session, and I do want to hear from, and I think we do need to hear from the non-law department in executive session for contractual issues. But my specific request is for executive session just with the representatives of the law department and, of course, our legislative counsel. And again, there will be time, at least I have some executive session questions for the administration, but I need legal advice from our counsel, both the county attorney's office and our legislative counsel with respect to the form of county contracts and how they relate to charter provision 3.04.
Okay, so before we enter into executive session, I know there's been a lot of talk about a proposal to take funding out of the general fund to allocate it to mental health.
Correct.
That made a headline, that made a memo, it didn't make a budgetary, so I've yet to see a budgetary for that transfer of the $2.1 million.
Well, you wouldn't see one because it's been asked that the fund balance be assigned. And it just like the capital reserve, like the budgetary amendment you approved less than an hour ago for the Bridge 5 project, you would have $2 million in an assigned fund balance. Commissioner Servideo would come here with Director Tang, and they would explain to you what the money would be used for, and at that time, you would be presented a budgetary amendment. It worked the same as the capital project reserve.
Even if it's for a program,
Sure.
even if it's for,
Sure.
okay.
Same the capital project. Every time they come up with a new capital project, they don't have all the projects to spend that money on yet.
Okay.
And when they have something, they'll come to explain. You'll approve it, you'll disapprove it, and it'll go through the process.
Well, I will look forward to that.
And I think it's better you have 2.1 million in mental health funding that's not restricted by the ARPA
Procurement, timing,
requirements.
all
I'd like
kinds of
to see-
compliance
Yeah,
that
I'd
are
like to see
constraints.
I'd like to see 4.5 million allocated to mental health
Well,
and a $80 million fund balance. So before we enter into executive session, I know we're requesting law. Who are we do?
Yeah, if I could, I would just like any member of the law department as well as our legislative counsel for the first portion of executive session, or at least for the one I'm interested in.
And before we do that, I don't want to keep everybody here. Commissioner Servideo is here. Again, you've heard my concerns about losing a CRT team, losing the only respite house we have for people to go for stabilization, and my concerns overall about the rise in mental health incidents and calls. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but have you been apprised of the plan for this 2.1? And you don't have to go into detail about if you were, and what the plans are yet. We'll have another time to do that.
So the county executive did speak to me about the money that was allocated for mental health. We are in a situation where we need to address and rethink how we're responding to crisis in Putnam County. So Paul and I are working with our Mental Health Community Services Board to come up with a plan to present to the county executive, to present to the Board of Legislators on how we're going to move forward with that funding, hopefully. It is a complete restructure of services, in my opinion. So we are going to need a little bit of time for this.
Okay. So before we enter into executive session, does anybody from the committee have questions for, I'm going to just pause for a moment and defer to legislative counsel.
Sorry, through the chair, I just wanted to clarify with Legislator Birmingham. For the executive session, do you wish to discuss it with both Anna and I in executive session, or in succession? Do you want to speak with me first and then bring Anna in? Or I just wanted to clarify what it is that, I don't know the nature of your question.
Yeah, I'd be happy to have both
Okay.
parties present at the same time. It's a legal advice question.
Sure. Okay, anybody from the committee have any questions not related to the actual contract, but for maybe Commissioner Servideo or Commissioner Carlin? Okay. Anybody from the legislature? Legislator Regan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. My question to Commissioner Carlin, and it ties into what Commissioner Servitino just said. Well, everything that you said made sense to me in terms of the allocation of the funds and what could be used for mental health going forward.
Right.
What I'm missing is the piece of the pie that has caused all this agitation tonight. Where was that communication to the 9 people in this room before it became a press release? We wouldn't be here. Everything you said made sense to me. We'd have freer money, freer access to that 2 million. She'd have better ways to spend it. If the communication came to the 9 people here, we wouldn't be here. I could be wrong about that. That seems to be the.
Well, I wrote the memo when the county exec asked me about the assignment of the fund balance. The press release stuff is not under my jurisdiction.
Okay, well, that would tie into the second part of my question. I read that to Sarah, because Sarah, you just said was allocated for mental health. So you said that this $2.1 million has been, past tense, allocated for mental health? Who's got the checkbook? I thought we did.
Yeah.
Who gave you $2.1 million? With all due respect.
Nobody gave the 2.1 million.
Yeah.
But I'm hearing was spent.
You're gonna have to decide it. Just an assignment of fund balance is nothing more than an agreement to disagree.
But who decides assigning fund balance?
I do.
Right, that's the crux. And that's a power we delegated to you
Yes.
in 2008. And you've always handled that, and even in this instance, you've handled that.
Right.
Nobody's criticizing that at all.
No.
But I think it gets to the point where if there's major policy initiatives, particularly, I mean, I've got a problem with taking human services dollars and spending it on blacktop. I have a problem with taking human services dollars on a matter of mental health. We've heard from our commissioner, from our sheriff, a lot of their calls now, unlike 20 years ago, even though it existed 20 years ago, there's a lot more mental health issues in our criminal system, in our social services system, and it just looks bad to take human service dollars, if I could finish.
No, yes.
I'm making
I
a
get
point
it.
here.
Yeah.
It just looks bad to take it and spend it on blacktop. And I get it. I don't want to see the money necessarily go back to the feds either. That's the issue, and I get it. But I think that if we're going to do that, we should have a deliberative process like tonight. If we're going to do that, we should hear from all stakeholders, including pave, baby, pave. I hear that, and I agree with it. But if we're going to take human services dollars to do that, we better have a damn good reason. And it better be better than we just don't want to send it back to Washington. I mean, you know, do you remember the stimulus money in 2009? And you remember our former county executive, who I'm a big fan of, wanted to spend $300,000 of that money merely just to paint a bridge going over Route 6 by the Bikeway that didn't need to be painted. And the argument was, well, it might fall down if you don't paint it. And we turned back that $300,000 because, or maybe we didn't. Maybe I recall us turning that money back because it was just a way to spend money to spend money. Now, that's different from paving. Paving is a real tangible thing, and our Commissioner of DPW is doing a great job at that. We can always pave. But if we're going to talk about doing something, in my view, as a trade-off like that, if we're going to do that, we need to talk about it, and we need to make sure that all available avenues to spend this money on human services is exhausted. And I'm not there yet, and that's one of the reasons I want to have the executive session to talk about the contract and the, I'll call it the letter dated,
January 29th.
no, the one we just got.
Cancellation?
Today?
Well,
22nd.
yeah.
April 13th.
April 13th, April 20th, I'm sorry, the April 20th letter from the law department. I'll couch it as that. And that's what I want to get into. So I'm off my soapbox now, but I just think it's an important, if we're going to make that change, it's important to have a deliberative process about it.
Legislator Adenizio.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question, Bill. If you do the assigned fund balance, what happens when you're not here? Because aren't you leaving soon?
I am,
Not tonight.
thankfully, yes.
After tonight, man. Sorry, Bill.
So,
Once it's assigned, it's
It's assigned.
assigned.
okay, so that's.
Until somebody unassigns it.
Well,
Exactly, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But,
Okay, sure. How can we be assured?
Because your auditors come in every year and they'll tell you.
How many months after the budget closed, though, will they tell us?
But, and you'll know if somebody wants to spend some of that 2.1 million, you'll be able to ask, it's still assigned, isn't it? And it will be.
If I could, it's the contrapositive of that we're concerned about. We got the 2024 audit in October. So for the year that ended December 31st, 2024, we didn't get the audit for that, the final audit till October of 2025.
You want to get into that, why that happened?
I don't, but my point
Okay.
is, no, but Bill, my point is to,
That's why I'm back.
well, you want to be careful here, Bill. My point here is that, yes, we won't know, we will know that perhaps maybe it was unassigned, but we won't know until 10 months after that fiscal year has ended. Now, you just said, well, if you want to spend it, you can spend it, but our point is, we want to protect the money that's in there and make sure that it's not unassigned. And the best way to make sure of that is, and I'm not advocating for this, because like I said, Bill, and you know this, I'm one of your biggest fans, we've known each other for 50 years. One of the ways to make sure it didn't get unassigned is for us to take back that delegation power to the Commissioner of Finance to assign fund balance. Yeah, I don't know if we have the votes to do that, I'm not advocating.
To do that, I don't know if you'd want to do that, though.
Well-
The reason we did it, the reason that other counties do it, we copied their law, is because the Commissioner of Finance is the one who's best suited to do it.
We are the.
What happens when you leave in 2 years? Well, what if everybody
I'll
else
be as
doesn't know what
I'll-
assigned fund balance
I'll be as
is?
relieved as you are. That's what I'll be.
But where the expertise
run a
lies,
class.
that's why counties delegate it to the Commissioner of
But
Finance.
realize, we're not cowboys and cowgirls here. We don't make any fund transfers without the advice of the Commissioner of
Right.
Finance. And you're right, you are the commissioner, and you're the chief fiscal officer of this county, but we are the chief financial board of this county by the
That's
local
true.
finance law. So we did delegate that to you in 2008, and I'm happy we did, and you've husbanded all those monies perfectly, no criticism. But the issue that Tony just brought up, legislator Adnizio, is we won't know if it's unassigned outside, if it gets taken out of the mental health bucket, if you will, until possibly 10 months after that budget's over. And at that point, new legislature, we're lost. So yeah, it's not a matter of mistrust, it's a matter of again, directing the money where we think it needs to go. County Executive Odell and you worked together to, when we got all this money from the feds for the ARPA money, we gave some to the towns, which was great. We gave some to, we put it into projects we found to be worthy and acceptable under the program. And $2.5 million of that was for mental health. And that's important. It's becoming even more important as we go on. So that's my point. We won't know. You can't say it's assigned, don't worry about it. Well, we won't know if it's unassigned for 10 months after it may have been unassigned.
Right.
So that's my point.
But you could appropriate it anyway and reassign it if you wanted to. If somebody took it out, you could do it anyway.
We could take it out
You
of
still
fund
have-
balance.
Yes, you have that power too.
Right.
And
Stay tuned for Monday.
And we could
There's a record
we
of
could
it now, too.
appropriate,
We're all
yes,
talking
we
about
could
it.
appropriate the funding that is desperately needed by DPW, the 2.1 million, for paving. Because I think, let's face it, and we know that this ARPA thing is very complex, and that's why we're in this situation too. I've pulled information from you from our last meeting, and I've gotten the pieces that I can from Treasury, and I apologize, it's frustrating. But right now, we could pull $2.1 million out of our general fund for paving. If the commissioner of DPW is concerned about his timeline, we can certainly appropriate those funds right now that aren't tied to ARPA. And besides,
Right.
we have a half a project left that's approved for ARPA for paving. I don't see how the federal government, and this is where I don't understand, and you explaining to, because in February, this is what was said. Our ARPA, after step 1, step 2 is the reallocation. The reallocation process is far down the path of ARPA. Our choices are very limited. You said our choices are very limited.
They are, and
By-
they're less than ideal.
Only those that are approved by December 31st, 2024. So we can't open a closed project, say, here's more money. These are your words. So again, if we're concerned about DPW's timeline, I'm happy to be really happy to appropriate those funds. And if we're concerned about losing the, I mean, I guess we lost the contract with any chance at a stabilization center or services. I do believe, and I could be wrong, and I'll eat my hat, I have a lot of them, I do believe that that contract could have been amended. I didn't get an absolute no from Treasury that it couldn't. I am upset that the administration made no attempts to attempt with Treasury to amend that and to keep it in mental health services with People USA, with the existing contract. There wasn't even a location, an address on that contract that we have. So no location was identified in the contract that we have. So, you know, stabilization services, mobile mental health unit, Rose House that's going away, any of these things. So if I may, I'm going to call on Legislator Regan first.
Of course. Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm going to say this loud, say it proud. I'm going to disagree with
Oh, boy.
Legislator Birmingham,
Oh, no.
because you said there is no mistrust. And while there's no mistrust with the Commissioner of Finance, I believe this be the third or fourth topic that since Jake and I have come onto the legislature has been exacerbated and made 10 times worse by lack of communication from this room down to the other end of the hall. It's the third or fourth
That
topic.
room to this room.
Right, exactly. So I'm going to disagree a little bit here and convey to you, the Commissioner of Finance, is I also hold you in high regard, and I've never seen a press release from you, and I don't think that I ever will. But I would like you to understand.
Yeah, obituary, that's.
Hopefully no time soon. Right, maybe your next headline will be beaches, but okay,
No, it's not.
that's a long time away.
It's terrible.
But I would like to convey to you that my understanding of reading the room here, of my colleagues, is that whether we're saying it or not, yeah, there's mistrust. Everything that you're saying makes sense. It is logical. It's logical to get these contracts secured as quickly as possible. Pay, baby, pay, 100%. Couldn't be more in favor of it. But it seems to me like this entire meeting could have been alleviated, as with a few other topics, with better communication. And I just would like to state that for the record. Thank you.
Okay, Legislator Birmingham, and then we're going to make a
Yes,
motion.
indeed, and I saw, what's that?
Can you disagree with
Well,
me?
I always view the glass half full. I see our Commissioner of DPW's moved from the back row to the front row. And I do want to, because there is still an active letter of necessity out there, and the Commissioner of DPW did explain to me earlier this week, or I think it was last week, his time constraints with respect to paving. All of the plants close in October or November, but from what I understand from the Commissioner, the contracts that we have to let in order to hire these companies to do our paving, they have to be done in May. So there is a time constraint with respect to the paving if we are going to use some money to pave. And my plan for this letter of necessity that we got from the county executive is I'm going to be calling a special budget and finance committee meeting for Monday evening after the audit meeting, where we are going to entertain the budgetary amendment that was sent to us. But I plan to make a motion on the floor at that meeting, like we did amend budgetary amendments this evening, to amend that budgetary amendment to take $2.157, I think, million, not from the ARPA funding, but from fund balance. Tommy, as long as the money's green, I don't think you care where it comes from. And I do understand your need for speed and deliberate action on this. So that's what I'm planning on calling on Monday, and that's going to be the motion I'm going to make. I'll throw it out there, but you know, I think, you know, we can always pave more, and we're sitting on $80 to $90 million worth of fund balance. So I think we can do that and give us some time to, breathing room, if you will, to deal with this ARPA issue a little bit more deliberatively, outside of press releases, outside of news articles, and to have something in the public where we can hear from all stakeholders about the need for this. So that's what I'm planning on doing, and I'm sorry to take so much time this morning.
Could I-
Thank you.
Chairwoman May.
Should I let Commissioner speak and then
Yeah,
you just because
sure.
he was directing his comments to the Commissioner?
Yeah, when this all started, ARPA started 6 years ago, I was in a different position. Actually, I started with Bill and then Mary Ellen Liddell. Yes, and ideally, the county never thought that the county would be giving back money from the county's coffers for ARPA.
Not gonna.
And the county did work very, very diligently on stabilization center with knowing the need. And the early days of ARPA was so restrictive, and it really was geared towards urban type development, infrastructure, whether it was water, broadband, or sewer. They were the big ones. What we did that time was, and I never thought I was going to be paving or potholes 6 years ago, but that's what we're doing now, so it's all good. Back then, we thought, and Mary Ellen actually gave another $5 million to the municipalities that time. So they would have, in essence, $10 million to play with. And back then, it wasn't, you couldn't even use it for, let's say, engineering, architectural. No, it had to be shovel-ready, essentially, and infrastructure. So the idea then was, if a municipality doesn't come up with that, by December 31st of 24, we had language for paving. And that was so that municipality wouldn't have egg in their face. So we would at least do a road or something in their district, and nobody would stand, right? Because a lot of towns, it's not a lot of money, and everything costs so much money now. The idea of using it for paving now is because we have a programmatic program. So we have a 5-year outlook. We started this, I started 3.5 years ago. So that's been in our schedule. We have it documented that this road's next, unless there's a really severe winter. We might skip something or shorten something, whatever. But our program, I think, allows us to go back to before December 31st of 24, because it's already in the schedule. So that's where you're not going to lose the money. As far as the position I'm in now, the reason why it makes sense is every delay on an infrastructure job goes up exponentially. The cost of doing it now, 2.1, by the way, in road construction is a drop in the bucket.
Half a mile.
It's a nothing project. So our problem also is once our contractor goes upstate and they get a bigger DPW job someplace, they're not coming down for our 2.1. They're just not. Also with what's going on with oil right now, what we're hoping to do this year is a big job for Putnam County. If the prices go up a month from now, which they're fluctuating if you watch it, they're fluctuating every day. That happens immediately, just like your gas prices. That happens immediately for us in infrastructure. So I love the idea of the stabilization center, and I'm fully supportive of it. In fact, we actually housed the mobile crisis people on our campus this past summer, and we're willing to do anything to help out. I think what Bill said before is phenomenal. Non-restrictive money. If it's the 2.17, don't tie it up for a stabilization center.
We can't, the project's done, it's dead, but
I mean, whatever the brilliant people at DSS and Paul and the whole health community for the Hudson Valley, whatever they come up with, I'd fully support it. And 4.5 million sounds good too, so.
I like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to call on Jen Caruso.
Thank you, Legislator Montgomery. There was a number of comments that were addressing the administration, and since I'm from the administration and I'm here, I would like the opportunity to respond to them. I know there was and I know you, Legislator Regan, and you, Legislator D'Angelo, are new, and welcome. The Stabilization Center has been a long story, as we all have heard in the press. There have been numerous updates to the legislature. There were community meetings and information provided and presentations throughout. So I think that there has been a lot of communication. We were trying to deal with the result of the planning board determination, and the information has now been presented when we were picking up, the figuring out where we were gonna go and what direction could be taken with regard to the contract and the contractor and ARPA. With regard to the ARPA, I hear what you're all saying about, wanting to put it to mental health. It would be great to be able to put the ARPA funding to another mental health project. We simply do not have one. And in order to recognize the need to address the mental health, that was where the creative idea to put it to the unassigned fund balance and assigning it to mental health. I hear the concerns about, not knowing if it's gonna be there, but we can identify projects as a team in real time and come with them to the legislature for consideration and approval without the ARPA constraints. I think Commissioner Carlin would support this feeling that the ARPA has been, it was so restrictive. And it's not just free money. And the timeline and the compliance guidelines that we've had put on it, we're really limited right now. And if the legislature fails to act timely to reallocate this 2.1, we will give it back to federal government. And Putnam County doesn't want to be in that position.
Because there's no guarantee, especially with the way we were told in February and the way we're being told now, there's no guarantee that ARPA is going to approve that. So I want to make it clear.
Because we're out of the, it's because of that 2024 deadline. It's not because of anything.
It's not going to be the legislature's fault.
Well, it's nothing, and it's nothing that the administration did either, nor our contractor, nor DSS. No one involved with this. It's none of our faults. We're just trying to make the best out of a scenario that we've been presented with.
I think it's very risky to try to allocate it for a non-ARPA project, which is what you're telling me you're doing now.
Paving is an ARPA project.
You only have $300,000 left you already spent all your ARPA approved money on paving. There were 2 paving projects. One is completed, one is half complete. There's only $300,000 left on what has not been completed.
It's going to be put to pave. Paving is a different type of a category that doesn't have specific projects in it. Is that correct, Commissioner Garland? Yeah.
But it says right here on the portal paving, it
I know,
says.
we're gonna amend the portal.
Hope to be
Wow.
approved to be amended.
Okay.
Yes.
Hope to be
Well,
approved, yeah.
Well,
That is
you have
correct.
to approve it first.
But if we do nothing,
Well, there's
Then-
other projects, I'm not trying to advise you, because you're telling me that you are gonna try to allocate this money for projects not previously approved by ARPA. That's what you're telling me you're doing.
it's not
No.
Well,
projects.
it's
No, it is a previously approved ARPA project.
All I see in paving on the ARPA portal is that there's $300,000 left to spend on ARPA funding on paving. You're telling me you're gonna use over 2 million. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. You're telling me that we can only use this money. Okay, besides that, I'm just saying there are many projects that we haven't even started that are approved. That's all I'm saying. We have electronic message board, digital record, water treatment, food insecurity program.
Those are town and village projects.
No,
The digital message boards are Patterson's.
okay. But did they spend, they didn't spend
They're
the money.
working on spending,
Okay.
right, actually, Supervisor Williams just left. He would have been
Okay.
able to give a great
It's
update on that,
actually-
but he says it's going well.
Okay,
Can I
So,
just ask a quick chronology question?
but there's other projects that are not complete.
yes, that's
From the
true, but they
county.
have money allocated to them and they have the money that they need for those projects.
And I apologize, I wasn't on the legislature in my second go-around until January 1st, 2025. But I recall at some point prior to that, there was an original stabilization center to be put in District 7, my district.
That's correct.
At the corner of Drewell Road and Route 6. And that one was from the same vendor, was that People USA?
That's correct.
When was that, and I'm not asking rhetorically, I just don't recall, when was that one dead, that project dead, and when was the one at the Stony Avenue?
Well, the project itself was never,
So
quote, dead, it was
Right.
the
the
location.
location, okay.
Yes.
So if it's the location merely didn't make a difference when it went from Drewell Road and Route 6 to Stony
I
Avenue.
see where you're going, Legislator
And
Birmingham.
let me finish going there, if you
Okay.
wouldn't mind. My question is, is the December 31st, 2024 date, the critical date there? I'm asking a chronology question because I think if we needed to have that location determined before December 31st, 2024, was Stoneleigh Avenue determined before that, or does it matter?
We did not need the location determined
Okay.
before
So
2024,
if there is another location.
but we needed a contract in place
Right.
with them.
Okay, if there's another location, assuming this contract, let's, for the sake of argument, assume this contract is still in place, I'm playing devil's advocate, I don't want to ask that question, I'm going to ask that in executive session.
Okay, I'm gonna,
I've got it, if you don't mind, please, just to address some of the conversation that was here, and being new, hindsight does provide us the opportunity to be 2020, and we are all very good at accolades and being nice to each other, right? But I'm gonna point out this, we are limited by the failures of the previous administration that has now got us to the 23rd hour with us trying to scramble this money. So the implication that, you know, the limitations that are put up against us here right now, as if somehow we have failed to do something, it seems to me like the money should have been allocated and spent prior to us being in this limited window of opportunity, and you going through all these projects which may or may not be funded and so forth.
I do believe we failed as well.
Okay,
I just wanted to
please.
comment on what you said. It had nothing to do with the previous administration. So that's just,
They chose the projects.
yeah, but it was the time frame, so,
Okay,
yeah,
here we are.
okay.
Procedurally, if you're ready,
Please.
procedurally, you have to make a motion to go into executive session. I can't make it, I'm not a
Right.
voting member of this committee, and you would have to make a motion to go into executive session to obtain legal advice from our counsel. And that needs to be moved, seconded, and approved.
Okay, I make a motion to go into executive, thank you, Ken. I make a motion, he doesn't know I know Robert's rules. by heart.
Well, I wasn't trying to be pedantic, I wasn't trying to be
I'm
pedantic,
just
I'm sorry, I
kidding.
just
I'm
didn't want to.
No, I need this, I'm only kidding, I don't, and I really needed this. So I do make a motion to go into executive session to obtain legal counsel from our counsel, from Jen Russo.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Law department.
Law department,
Law
law
department and
department.
legislative.
Sorry, Jen.
I may have a law license, but I'm not part of the law department.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Okay.
Or my current life, I'm
Still-
No, not at all, not at all, I'm not stuck there.
Everybody just wants to leave Mary in the room.
Should we stick around?
Have the executive session? Yeah, it's executive session. These are not red, right? Just the microphone.
in the way the cancellation for convenience of the contract was executed. Therefore, the contract is not canceled. The contract is still valid. It was stated during the meeting that the contract is canceled, and it's not. Thank you. Can I I will make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks you all for staying.
Pretty-
Thanks for your time, Heather.
Heather, thank you for
Diane,
everything.
Mary.